Chapter 482. As expected of a glutton, even after eating so many of his spirit cards, there was no change. Even after absorbing a few strands of cold waves, there was still no change on his blank face. Walking down the carriage, the cold air caused Tang Tian's spirit to be roused. Xiao Mingqi was a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he could not stop. But with such a person on the road, it was much easier. Sinyu's spirit was roused. Don't worry, the standard for inner fighting grounds disciples is the strength of a pseudo-gold-ranked martial artist. And if you have the strength of a gold-ranked martial artist, you will definitely be able to enter the fighting grounds. With leader strength, entering the fighting grounds is a sure thing. If the speed of the true power was not fast enough, it would entangle with the true power. Sinyu looked at her and shook his head. No, it went smoothly. When I become a gold-ranked martial artist, I will go back and marry Jiao. Thank you. Sinyu saw a few more people coming and knew that they would be overwhelmed. Whoa, I have never been to a place with so much snow. Tang Tian followed the flow of people and entered the carriage. He casually found a seat and sat down. His physique is not bad. Everything will be the same. Fu Zhongshan muttered. The more it is at this time, the more we cannot be chaotic. And now, he was an overlord with the power of life and death in his hands. Other than Little Crane and a few others, everyone else in front of him would restrain themselves and be careful. And for a good child like Han Tao, who emphasized on etiquette, he was even more rigid, causing people to be annoyed. By Acho, it was a disciple of the fighting grounds who sized up Tang Tian and blurted out, "This name really suits the person." Sinyu walked back, and not long later, he met with Belle. Belle saw Sinyu's gloomy face and was startled. Did something happen? Junior brother is wrong. The junior brother saw his senior brother's face and immediately begged for mercy. He also knew that he said the wrong thing today and immediately changed the topic. "Senior brother, what should we do with this Bai Cho?" Onertson said that his talent is good. With this strength, is talent good? I took a look at his true power. It has not even reached the 8th level, only the 6th level. I can't even sense his bloodline. I really don't know what to say about his talent. Fu Zhongshan had a square face. His complexion was red. His eyebrows were thick like blades. His figure was tall, and the matters of the Songyang fighting grounds were basically managed by him. Naturally, he had a natural imposing manner. Yang Haoran also nodded. He thought for a moment and said, "Those fellows with ulterior motives will definitely think of ways to approach the back mountain. If that's the case, the only way is to sneak into the inner fighting grounds. If we focus our attention on these people, our target will be much smaller." The disciple's heart moved. He quietly activated his true power, and the speed of his feet gradually increased. The team, which was originally quite thick, was immediately stretched thin. But what Tang Tian did not expect was that Little Fool seemed to like the cold wave. It purposely moved its true power slowly, attracting the cold wave to corrode, and then it absorbed the cold wave into its body. Would this guy get a stomachache? "Everyone, follow me," the disciples shouted. "The training field is more than 800 miles away from here. We have to get there on foot. Everyone follow closely. Remember, no matter what, you have to maintain the circulation of true power. This is the ancient cold snow plains. The air here is filled with cold waves, and the cold waves can corrode your true power. Once your true power is completely corroded, you will immediately become an ice sculpture, and even the gods will not be able to save you." Tang Tian took a look. It was a disciple of the fighting grounds. The surrounding people followed. Upon seeing that, Tang Tian hurriedly followed. Very quickly, the disciple brought them to a carriage and shouted, "Everyone go up, find a seat for yourselves." "Your Majesty, Cho does not know." Sinyu almost bit his tongue off. He almost exposed himself, and calling the Majesty, Acho, was it really all right? Then we will bring him in. Ground Master, please do what you need to do. The disciple said. Xinyu did not dare to look at Tang Tian's face, but in his heart he could not wait to personally kill the person who said, "A person is like his name," but on his face he could only force a smile. Ah Cho is my distant nephew. His heart is dedicated to martial arts. His talent is not bad. I do not want him to waste, so I might as well send him to your training field. I hope Masterly can guide him. Xiao Mingqi noticed Tang Tian's abnormality and exclaimed, "Your body is so good." How Ran is right. Fu Zhongshan nodded. Everyone be careful. How could he say that Ah Cho was like his name? So useless, my dream is to become a saint, truly like his name. Tang Tian immediately lost interest in Little Fool, a glutton who only eats and does not defecate. What meaning does he have to exist? But after staring at him for half a day, he did not have any change. The surrounding group of youths, all of them were enthusiastically discussing. This feeling made Tang Tian feel fresh. He could not help but think of Andrew Academy, but at that time he was the school tyrant, and not many people were willing to interact with him, so he was not part of the crowd. Junior brother, shut up. Another disciple immediately stopped him and bowed to Xinyu. I did not expect Grounds Headson to personally send someone over. Sorry for my rudeness. Junior brother is not sensible. Grounds Head, please forgive him. The carriage flew for a few hours, but had not reached their destination. Tang Tian was surprised. Where are we going? Is the Songyang fighting grounds so big? In this place, no one fawned on him, and everyone was discussing about simple matters. Nonsense. The senior brother stared at him. Grounds Headson is also a famous teacher, with his relationship with Master. You better be careful not to get punished. Xiao Mingqi's topic attracted a large group of disciples, and everyone had a face of curiosity. The young man's heart was in turmoil, but he suppressed it on his face and introduced himself. Let me get to know each other. I am Xiao Mingqi. You actually dare to look down on me. Squeezing out a bloody path from the sea of people, even someone as strong as Tang Tian looked battered and exhausted, and said in surprise, "Wah, there are so many people." The fighting grounds disciple's eyes revealed a look of joy. His gaze swept across Tang Tian's small body. It was extremely fiery. All right, then I will directly send him to the outer fighting grounds. The junior brother said, "Please don't brag. You are still a saint. If you can become a gold-ranked martial artist, then you should burn incense and pray to Buddha." The slightly older disciple immediately said, "Since Grounds had sent it, then there is no need for him to say anything. Just that, the fighting grounds is in a mess today. Master has no time to entertain Grounds Head. Please forgive him." Get off, get off. The fighting grounds disciple's loud voice woke Tang Tian up from his dream. The three of them discussed for a while, then left. Tang Tian stayed in the middle of the group and was very relaxed. There were many probing type star treasures, and from time to time there would be waves sweeping past. Bing was worried that he would be seen through, so he stayed in the martial spirit chamber with Yaya. "It's nothing, nothing." Xinyu immediately laughed. All the disciples' faces changed and anxiously revolved their true power. He had also learnt his lesson and followed Bell to call him leader. Xiao Mingqi became even more excited and talked nonstop. But on the other hand, Tang Tian was initially interested, but after listening, he fell asleep. He opened his eyes in a daze and looked outside the window, which was a vast expanse of white and boundless snow plains. Bell heard that and immediately calmed down. Crazy Saint Tang had been killed. Entering the fighting grounds was definitely not a problem. "Meet." Tang Tian pointed to his own face. Seeing the other party nodding, he replied, "I am by Acho." His heart was beating like a drum, but he patiently introduced. Songyang Fighting Grounds is Sexton's constellation's biggest fighting grounds, and also has a saint overseeing it. It only recruits once a year, and many people come because of its reputation. The young man beside him glanced at Tang Tian and was shocked by Tang Tian's appearance. After a while he asked, "How do I address this brother?" Xiao Mingqi saw Tang Tian's surprised look and became even more excited. "Of course." Songyang Fighting Grounds has only been established for a few decades, but its development is extremely ferocious and is definitely unprecedented. The entire Sexton's constellation is under the control of our fighting grounds. With regards to our ground master's background, there are many theories. Some say that he is a descendant of the ancient Sex. Some say that he is from one of the 12 ecliptic palaces and has a strong backing. Our fighting grounds, from the establishment until now, has never had anyone find trouble with us. Don't you think it's weird? Hearing these words that did not have much substance, but were filled with vigor, Tang Tian's heart was moved. This is youth. But Tang Tian's speed was actually not lagging behind, and was still calm and composed. "Do you want to tell Master?" his junior brother asked. "So powerful?" Tang Tian was surprised. The disciples of the fighting grounds had long noticed Tang Tian's abnormality. Everyone were using light body techniques, using qi to fly. Only Tang Tian was alone, spreading his legs and sprinting. Oh, he was still using light body techniques, basic light body techniques. Suddenly a voice came out. "All right, stop quarreling. All of you follow me." Tang Tian was also shocked, but after checking once, he calmed down. The true power in his body was simulated by Little Fool. But Tang Tian also felt that the cold wave that the disciples were talking about was a thread of extremely fine transparent energy. This energy was different from all the energy that Tang Tian had seen before. It was extremely cold and had some characteristics of poison. His junior brother was embarrassed. He is truly ugly to the point that people cannot help themselves. Hearing that, Xiao Mingqi said proudly, "That's true. Our Songyang Fighting Grounds is the strongest fighting grounds in the entire Sexton's constellation, naturally the largest scale. All of the training grounds in Songyang Fighting Grounds added together. The area is bigger than a small planet. Do you think it's big or not?" Li Ruo looked at Fu Zhongshan and said worriedly, "Big brother, this matter is not simple. Many people are watching us. Are we still accepting disciples this year? There will definitely be many people sneaking in." "No need. Master has many things to worry about recently. Let's not go and disturb him. We will keep an eye on him. If Bai Achao's talent is truly good, then we will focus on grooming him." The senior brother thought and said, "But Bai Achao did not fall behind. I heard that the disciples are separated into the inner and outer fighting grounds. Can leader enter the inner fighting grounds?" Bell asked. "Junior brother is too impetuous today." The slightly older senior brother sternly criticized the junior brother who teased Tang Tian. The senior brother had used his star treasure to scan Tang Tian and knew that his junior brother was not lying and could not help but frown. "We can only arrange for him to go to the outer fighting grounds if he is at the 8th level. Even if he does not have the strength of a gold rank, we can still think of a way to arrange for him to go to the inner fighting grounds. If he is at the 6th level and does not have any blood meridians, then he can only go to the outer fighting grounds." Chapter 483. Also, before he finished, his figure disappeared from the spot. The timid one's legs softened, and they fell to the ground. Mu Lao Sen said, "Without me, how can you teach them a good lesson?" Xiao Mingqi was already regretting to the point his intestines turned green. He had originally decided not to say anything, but upon meeting Tang Tian's cold gaze, his heart shuddered, and he said, "Every year, the snow plains will have a large-scale cold wave. At this time, some special places need to be guarded. That is the cold wave service. Cold wave service, 5 out of 10 die. Do not expose your strength." Mu Lao Sen laughed. "You were not convinced at the start. What to do?" Li Liangqiu's gaze swept across the crowd and said indifferently, "Xiao Jean, tell them the rules. Xiao Mingqi glanced at Tang Tian with difficulty. Tang Tian was completely bare at the moment, dragging a large bundle of ropes. At the end of each rope was an unconscious martial artist. The leading martial artist was full of praise for Chao's beast-like body. This guy simply could not run to death. Everyone stopped in their tracks, their expressions blank. The leading Song Yang disciple had a trace of surprise on his face. How did this guy find out? But he did not make a sound. He did not remind or make a sound. He could not afford to offend Li Liangqiu. The leading martial artist saw Tang Tian smile, and his heart turned cold. He quickly said, "Only use your fists and feet. You cannot use weapons. If you kill someone, they will die. Do not fall behind." Everyone stood up. Everyone's gazes looked at their boss, who was playing with the snow squirrel. The dense crowd of figures on the mountain instantly caused a wave of exclamations. Everyone emitted a strong aura, filled with a suffocating pressure. The sky seemed to darken. "Xiao Jin, look at you. You only know how to bully rookies. You really have no ambition." The person who spoke was tall, holding a long and thin curved blade in his hand. He had a disdainful smile on his face. Tang Tian did not think so much. To him, this was a very normal action. He felt it was a pity that these people died on the way. But as time passed, no one laughed at this guy anymore. I did not expect an expert to come," Mu Laosan said with a smile. "The cold wave is quite scary, but that's a matter for the future. Maybe there won't be a great cold wave. It's fine if you don't want to sign. The cultivation Camp 30 Liawei has nothing to do with you. Oh, if anyone is willing to turn back now, we won't make things difficult for them." Suddenly, Tang Tian sensed that something was amiss, and he immediately became vigilant. His figure stopped abruptly, and he shouted in a stern voice, "Stop! There's an ambush ahead. Everyone, don't fill it in." Xiao Mingqi's expression changed, and he subconsciously blurted out. When he came to his senses, his face immediately turned pale. "Pretend that I don't know anything and get beaten up by these guys?" This thought was the first to be tossed out of Tang Tian's mind. These fellows were obviously not good people. When he was in school, the senior students often liked to bully the new students in the name of educating them. Cho glanced at him and only said 2 words, "Don't." Everyone behind the mountain looked at each other in dismay. They had no idea how they had been discovered. "Forget it, Mu Lao-san." Someone shouted, "It's the same with or without you. Which battle is decided by you?" "Che, Mu Lao-san, don't you like it? Why don't you go?" Xiao Jin retorted. Every year, they would prepare a surprise attack to educate the newcomers. This was the traditional program of the Snowfield Cultivation Camp. They were stationed here and were usually bored to death. Towards this kind of program that teased the newcomers, they were naturally enthusiastic. Also, the problem of the cold wave was Li Liangqiu's biggest headache. But this method could perfectly solve this problem. After continuously dragging for 200 li, his stamina was greatly exhausted, and his breathing became heavy, but he still encouraged loudly, "We're almost there. Everyone, persevere a bit more." At that time, Xiao Mingqi was still thinking, it's fine if he's ugly, but he likes to show off, and his performance is so clumsy. Is this guy an idiot? The others were also like that. Many of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy doesn't just look ugly, his brain isn't too good either. When the newcomers faced the sneak attack of the Songyang disciples who had deep strength and great teamwork, of course they would be defeated. But last year was an exception. There was a very strong disciple among the newcomers called One Ren Bai Yi. In the end, they spent a lot of effort to win that battle. They really were a bunch of villains. "Let's go." Li Liangqiu didn't even look at these people's expressions and said indifferently. Tang Tian's gaze landed on Xiao Mingqi. "What is the cold wave?" No one had any enmity towards Chou. Tang Tian's action made everyone feel a thread of warmth in this world of ice and snow. Everyone thought in their hearts, even if they fainted, they wouldn't be abandoned. At the start, when Bai Cho suddenly shouted to encourage everyone was very shocked. Godlike young man, charge forward, charge forward. You don't need to help them. This kind of trash doesn't have the qualifications to enter the cultivation camp. Just let them die on the road. Tang Tian ignored the leading martial artist, killing intent boiling in his chest. He nodded his head. That's right. In the long line, heavy breathing could be heard. All of the martial artists' faces were not good, while revolving true power to resist the cold wave, and at the same time unleashing light body techniques. To them, it was definitely not an easy task. After that, he dragged the unconscious martial artist and sprinted. Xiaojin grinned and held a lot of paper in his hand. A wise man submits to circumstances. Come to me and get an application form for volunteering to serve the cold tide. Write down your name, and we won't hurt each other's friendship. Everyone's fighting intent soared, and they all stood up. Whether you are a senior or not is not something that comes from your mouth. It is all taught by your fists. Li Liangqiu did not even raise his head and said coldly, how much respect they have for you will depend on how deep you have taught them. Don't be like last year, where you almost lost face. Persevere to the end. And that is victory. The martial artists beside Tang Tian all had pale faces, their eyes revealing despair. I never thought that Songyang fighting grounds would be like this. Tang Tian's gaze became colder and colder. All of you people, even your hearts, are black. They did not have the strength to laugh. Chow's encouragement was not exciting at all, but when they were exhausted, it would always make them clench their teeth and persevere. Seeing everyone's passionate atmosphere, the leading young master's mouth curled into a cold, arrogant smile. He lowered his head, minding his own business, playing with a snow-white squirrel in his hands. He was the leader of the group, Li Liangqiu. His identity was noble. He was the son of one of the three saints, Li Ruo, and his strength was unfathomable. His face was strangely similar. On his naked body, perspiration meandered like a stream, mist rising. Every muscle was like a steel wire trembling. The current Tang Tian was like a moving sculpture, brimming with an intense visual impact and strength of beauty. Li Liangqiu did not go, and when he returned, he was enraged. Xiaojin and the rest were all taught a lesson by him. A figure flashed past and said excitedly, "They are here. They are still 20 li away." All the martial artists' faces changed. Everyone do your best. A tinge of respect flashed past Xiao Mingqi's eyes. The conversation between the leading Songyang disciple and Tang Tian, they had clearly heard it. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the unconscious martial artist and saw the leading martial artist who was sitting at the side. Inexplicably, a tinge of anger surged in his heart. They brought their dreams and longing and spent so much effort to come here, but you people actually used their dreams and longing to threaten them. Xiaojin whistled. Yo, here comes a ruthless character. Rookies, why are you still not convinced? When everyone is in trouble, you must help everyone. By Chow's encouragement could be heard from time to time. Songyang fighting grounds is like this. Haha, everywhere is like this. Xiao Jin's face revealed a look of disdain. Whoever has the bigger fist is the king, understand? Ugly ghost. Li Liangqiu, bringing up the past again, instantly made these people feel ashamed. The opponent had a total of 12 people. 2 of them were gold-ranked martial artists, and the rest were pseudo-gold-ranked martial artists. This kind of strength, to others, might be somewhat fearful, but to Tang Tian, it was a piece of cake. Uncle Bing was right. It was not a problem to settle these people, but if he did, then his own strength would be exposed, and even an idiot would know that he had another motive for sneaking in. The martial artists who could still stand all gathered around Tang Tian. All of their faces were filled with hatred for the enemy. Tang Tian clenched his fists, stared at Li Liangqiu and the rest with an unkind expression, and said, "Everyone who can still fight." His entire body was perspiring, his muscles bulging. He was dragging 7 people. The last sentence immediately made countless people blush. Every year at this time, it is always the time that I look forward to the most. Educating the newbies is the duty of us seniors. The man who spoke had a head full of golden hair. His face had an evil smile. He wore a white cloak and had a heroic aura. Bing muttered softly in Tang Tian's heart and forcefully stopped Tang Tian from rushing forward. Li Liangqiu's background made the training camp turn a blind eye to this. "Interesting." Li Liangqiu's eyes flashed a glimmer of light and said proudly, "Then everyone go out and greet the newbies." Li Liangqiu was young. His strength was outstanding, adding that his backing was strong enough in this snow plains. Very few people dared to go against him. "Hey, if you guys don't come out, I won't be polite to you guys." Tang Tian pointed to the empty mountain top in front of him, opened his eyes wide, and said in a deep voice, "But—" Tang Tian grinned. "It was extremely ugly, but filled with killing intent. How do you know that your fist is bigger?" Xiao Ming-Chi clenched his teeth and endured. His mind was starting to turn numb. Only by Ah Chao's voice made his mind numb. There was a focal point, reminding him to endure. Chapter 484. The escaping martial artist was scared out of his wits. He instinctively unleashed his defensive martial technique, and a blue light shield appeared behind him. Li Liangqiu's face was distorted under Tang Tian's torrential attacks. He was in imminent danger. Little Fool, who was holding onto the star's umbrella, flew out of Tang Tian's body like a wisp of smoke. The star's umbrella in his hand spun, and countless stars fell down, transforming into an indeterminate light sand, flying towards the martial artists who were preparing to escape. Yaya's small fist that was enveloped in darkness struck the light shield, but without any sound, the darkness swallowed and pierced through the light shield. Yaya's pitifully small fist struck the opponent's back, looking extremely comical. Xiao Jin's body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils instantly filled with fear and despair. The curved blade in his hand, although it was not a gold treasure, but it was not an ordinary item, it was an ecliptic grade silver treasure, Pisces constellations, arched fin, collapse symbol technique. Yaya somersaulted to the ground, and with a howl, he fiercely stomped on the ground, and like a cannonball, he disappeared into the air. In the next moment, he appeared behind one of the escaping martial artists, puffed up his cheeks, and punched out with his small fist. Why? He was only regretting that he did not send out a distress signal. The fist struck Li Liangqiu's heart without any fancy moves. The surging power entered Li Liangqiu's body. Li Liangqiu's body trembled. His hair was disheveled. His face was covered in blood. He stared blankly at Tang Tian, as though he could not believe the result. An explosive sound like frying beans came out from the net of blade auras. Mu Laosan's smile froze on his face. A cold and somewhat mocking voice suddenly exploded in his ears. "Seeking death." Mu Laosan's frightened voice had not finished when Tang Tian borrowed the reverse force of the collision. The tip of his feet touched the ground. Pa! The snow on the ground suddenly exploded. In the sky full of snow, Tang Tian's figure turned, leaving behind layers of afterimages, pouncing towards Mu Laosan. Little Fool's starlight sand was like a swarm of beautiful fireflies, silently entering the bodies of the martial artists. Pa! 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 The bodies of the martial artists burst like balloons. Tang Tian stared at the fallen Li Liangqiu. The anger on his face had already faded, leaving behind only determination and fortitude. He enunciated each word, nailing the wind and snow that filled the sky. The figure in front of him disappeared into thin air. Xiao Jin's hair suddenly stood on end. An unprecedented feeling of danger instantly enveloped him. Crack! His arms broke. Bing immediately felt that something was wrong with Tang Tian and anxiously reminded him, "Young lad, calm down." Ding Chun was the leader of the martial artists. His face was pale without a trace of blood. He knew that this matter had blown up. Cho was definitely not a normal person. He definitely had other motives for committing himself here. If Li Liangqiu were to die here, the consequences would be unimaginable to the entire Song-Yang fighting field. It would be like an earthquake. A nobody like him would definitely be turned into ashes. The densely packed blade, auras immediately enveloped by Cho tightly. The blade auras were like fishes swimming in the water, extremely agile and pervasive. When Bing came out, he did not join in the battle. Instead, he monitored the group of new disciples to prevent anyone from escaping. With crazy Tang strength, he did not even need his help to deal with this group of people. Such a congealed sword aura that could pierce through steel upon meeting the opponent's fist was like a wave hitting a reef, instantly shattering. Li Liangqiu realized that he could not free his hands to send out a distress signal. Bing scolded in exasperation. At this time, he knew that the situation could not be salvaged. Bing and Yaya flew out from Tang Tian's body at the same time. His hands trembled, and he requested for help. He knew that it was truly dangerous this time. He saw a figure from the corner of his eye, and was elated. He bellowed, "Ding Chun, quickly ask for help." A dazzling demonic blade, aura, suddenly lit up in front of Tang Tian. Whenever he used this technique, he had never failed before. And this time, he used all the true power in his body, without hesitation. The surging true power surged into the curved blade. "Will I die?" Ding Chun trembled, but the spirit general was like a suffocating shadow, completely enveloping him. He did not even have the strength to move a finger. Li Liangqiu's hands and feet were ice cold. He knew that he had kicked an iron board. He forced himself to calm down. "Sire, this is a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate, regardless of the conditions." A sword appeared in Li Liangqiu's hand. The sword tip swallowed and spat out cold aura. A sharp piercing sound pierced through the air. The explosive rain of sharp sword auras shot towards Tang Tian. He did not use his killing technique. Just now, Mu Lao San's killing technique had already made him understand that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. But the more he fought, the more fearful he became. The opponent did not even use true power and was able to completely suppress him. In this world, how could there be such a terrifying person? Pa pa pa. His sword aura expanded crazily. He did not care about the price as he activated his true power. The power of every fist was surging and surging. Like a blacksmith swinging a heavy hammer, it rained down on Li Liangqiu's sword screen. An ecliptic palace grade silver star treasure was a top-grade silver star treasure. The surging true power surged into the blade body, causing the blade body to buzz and tremble like a fin moving in the water. Ding Chen's hand trembled. He raised his head in shock. A spirit general was floating not far from him, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Absolutely. None. Law. Mercy. Mercy. The intense hatred and killing intent caused Tang Tian's eyes to be bloodshot, looking at the panicking Xiao Jin. He did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. He rushed into Xiao Jin's embrace like lightning. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Xiao Jin subconsciously extended his arms to push out. His arms were suddenly in pain. It was as though he was struck by a wild beast. Damn it! Mu Lao San's face exposed a cruel smile. Tang Tian's strength had shocked him. His first move was a killing technique. He did not have any wishful thinking. taking their dreams and hopes and toying with their lives. Unforgivable. Tang Tian did not have the slightest bit of technique. His chest was filled with rage. His eyes were completely red. The moves in his hands were extremely simple. They were all fundamental martial techniques. But every move contained an astonishing amount of power. Adding the extremely fast frequency, Li Liangqiu used all his might, but he was barely able to hold on. But what followed was an even more oppressive bang. Like a thick steel plate being pierced through, the martial artist's body froze. A hole that was even bigger than Yaya's appeared on his back. It pierced through his chest. Under Mu Lao San's shocked and fearful gaze, Tang Tian's simple staggered forward punch. His body was like a spring. His fist struck the curved blade in Mu Lao San's hands without any fancy moves. You better think carefully. Like a wooden stake, he slowly fell backwards. My dad will definitely find the culprit. You can't escape. Your plan is ruined. Finished. The martial artist's expression froze on his face. His body froze in place, weaving a dream blade. Li Liangqiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Death was so close to him. He had completely sunk into madness. His hair was disheveled. Ha! If I die, your plan will be ruined. You must have a motive for sneaking in. Ha ha! Even if it was an ecliptic grade silver treasure, it was still unable to withstand the power of this punch. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered the entire blade. Pung, the blade completely shattered, and the fingernail-sized fragments entered Mu Lao San's body like raindrops. That oppressive bang sound caused everyone's scalp to go numb. It was enough to imagine how terrifying the power of the impact was. The distance from here to the training camp was only 30 li. Upon releasing the signal for reinforcements would quickly arrive. Nothing was more important than that. Not good. Then I will bring the army to trample Sexton's constellation. The fear of death continued to devour his spirit. The screams of his companions around him caused him to be on the verge of collapse. His face contorted as he screamed, "Ding Chun, you don't want to live anymore. If you don't ask for reinforcements, I will kill your entire family." He thought about himself. He thought about himself in Andrew Academy. He thought about the time when he had a faint hope. He had gambled his most precious 5 years. He did not regret it, because that was hope. That was his dream. Bang! Compensation? Tang Tian's face was filled with disdain and contempt. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about compensation? Everyone only felt their vision blur. Cho had transformed into an extremely fast afterimage. He rushed into Xiao Jin's embrace. Xiao Jin's body was like a battering ram. Bang! He was instantly flung out. Why did he take it hostage? Why did he play with it? Li Liangqiu's solid foundation was displayed to its fullest. Tang Tian's gaze stared fiercely at Li Liangqiu. He sneered. It was extremely terrifying. Before he finished speaking, the surging dense blade auras formed into a light net. Bang! It exploded like snowflakes. Among the shattered auras and snowflakes, a blurry figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of Mu Lao San. Tang Tian was enraged. I want to see whose entire family you will kill. He leapt forward, the simplest, thrusting forward fist, because that was the last dignity of life, because that was the air that one breathed, because that was the sunlight that could pierce through the haze, because that was the only reason to prove that one was still alive. No matter if you were mocked by the world, no matter if your fate was filled with ups and downs, no matter if you were struggling in hell, what gave you courage, what made you persevere, what made you not fall, was that tiny dream in your heart. It was that wisp of hope that seemed to be floating in the clouds. Damn it! Fist after fist, with a terrifying frequency, smashed onto the sword screen. The sword screen shook violently. Li Liangqiu's body trembled like a sieve. Mouthfuls of blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. It was an unspeakable terror. Over 100 tiny blood pillars shot out from Mu Lao San's body at the same time. Tang Tian was expressionless, but in his eyes, flames of rage burned. Swallowing light steel fist, when his sword aura collided with Tang Tian's fist, he then knew how terrifying this ugly ghost strength was. Before Xiao Jin's body landed on the ground, everyone could already see clearly. His pupils had lost focus. His body was limp like a snake. It was bent at a strange angle. It could be clearly seen that the bones in his body had all turned into powder. The sword blade broke, and the sword screen disappeared. The blade auras split into two into four into 8. In the blink of an eye, countless blade auras formed a large net. Tang Tian was like a moth flying into a flame. He plunged into this large net. Tang Tian's momentum did not slow down at all. He forcefully rushed into Xiao Jin's arms. The moment the two of them touched, Tang Tian's body trembled slightly. Chapter 485. Destroying the corpses was necessary. But even if they destroyed the corpses, it would still raise suspicions. Such an ambush plan, once the opponent became suspicious, it would mean that the opponent would be even more cautious, and it would be disadvantageous to their entire operation. Ding Chun was long frightened to the point that his face was pale white, but he had stayed here for a long time. He scrambled down and said anxiously, "Master, there is an ice cave over there." "Uncle, don't you think that this is a good idea?" Tang Tian was eager to try. "They only have 3 saints. We have more people. If we capture that Songyang, will we find Sexton's eye? What do we do now?" Bing decided to throw the problem to Tang Tian and let the fool figure it out himself. How to obtain Sexton's eye was an extremely difficult matter. Facing the 2 innocent faces, Bing was speechless. Everyone who was shocked by Tang Tian's terrifying performance immediately signed the martial spirit contract. All right, going around in circles with this fellow was truly asking for trouble. The biggest problem now were the corpses. What if they were in other people's hands? Snatch. Big Dipper is still fighting. Where is the army? Where are Ling Su, Crane, and Jinghao? Where are we going to get the army? Bing asked, "What about the plan?" We spent so much effort. The plan, now it's all gone to waste. We spent so much effort, went around in circles, and you, on the other hand, directly killed their son. If we had known earlier, we would have just sent out our troops. Anyways, as a butcher, you do not have a good reputation. You, Yaya, little fool. We can still get Uncle Magic Flute over, pull Liang Feng, and the rest over, little army. We will directly kill them. The 3 bronze saints are definitely not our match. Tang Tian pinched his fingers. He could not wait to start a massacre. Ding Chun, who had just stood still, looked towards where Tang Tian was pointing. His face turned white and said with a trembling voice, "Cold. Cold wave." Bing. Tang Tian did not think too much. He could see that Uncle Bing obviously did not like his so-called plan. With regards to craftiness, Tang Tian knew that he could never catch up to Uncle Bing. Uncle Bing's brain was much smarter than his. Bing guided him patiently. "Then think again. Is there any other way?" Tang Tian's fighting intense sword. His eyes lit up. "We will bring the small army to trample Sexton's constellation." Bing's spirit was roused. He thought in his heart, "You finally understand. The plan that I set up is the only one that can be realized." The poker face was filled with hope. "You've thought it through?" Everyone knew that they had to fight for their lives at this moment, so they mustered all their strength and charged forward crazily. Bing seemed to have awoken from a dream. Could it really be like what the fool said, using the army to flatten Sexton's constellation? Tang Tian immediately beamed with joy. "Ha! Uncle, you can see it too?" Tang Cho said that you are a famous general, and he really has a good eye. Tang Tian thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Got it. Run." Since he was only in charge of fighting, Tang Tian sat there with a clear conscience. Suddenly his expression changed. He stood up and looked towards the mountain top. "Why do we need to flatten the world?" Tang Tian asked curiously. They were all outer fighting grounds disciples, regardless of talent or background. They could not compare to the inner fighting grounds disciples, and their future prospects were limited. But what happened today made them see a new hope. Yaya sat on Tang Tian's left shoulder. His sitting posture was exactly the same as Tang Tian, his chubby little face innocently tilted upwards. "Masters, what do we do with the corpses?" Ding Chen's face was pale white. There was still some lingering fear, and he asked weakly. He was very clear. This time he had really boarded a pirate ship, and there was no way to get off. Bing was truly sinister and crafty. He thought of an extremely ruthless method and requested everyone to sign a martial spirit contract. And with that, no one would dare to leak the news. "I said the wrong thing." Bing saw that it was not good and could only raise both of his hands, and with an extremely certain tone, he said resolutely and decisively, "Jie is yours." Ding Chun looked at Tang Tian and swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue and pointed to the front. "Over there." Bing looked at the ground full of corpses, and his mind worked very quickly. Although there was a huge change in the plan, but by signing the martial spirit contract, he would be able to keep this group of people, and there would not be any loopholes. Tang Tian and Bing were dumbstruck. They finally understood why Ding Chun and the rest were so afraid of the cold wave. The moment they landed, Tang Tian bent down and grabbed the rope on the ground. "Over there." "That's right." Tang Tian scratched his head. After a while, his eyes lit up again. "I got it. We just have to make our move before the others, and that will be enough." "Seems like it." Tang Tian's face was bitter. "Then what about the others? Many of them are watching covetously from the shadows." Bing said weakly, "You said I can't find Jie?" Tang Tian was enraged and jumped up. "Uncle, do you want to fight? Then I will bring the army to trample Sexton's constellation. It can't be so coincidental, right?" Bing looked at Tang Tian and was speechless for a long time. This fool was truly a one-track mind. "What is that?" Tang Tian pointed to a blue line in the distance and asked curiously. Bing imitated Tang Tian's tone. "TSK, TSK. So tyrannical, people who don't know would think that we are the 12 ecliptic palaces. Listen, this is sweeping across the world. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." The blue cold wave was like a raging tide, advancing along the snow plains, destroying everything on the ground. Inside the blue raging tide, the dense cold wave crystallized into blue icicles and spun at an astonishing speed inside the raging tide. Bing noticed that Tang Tian was acting strangely. "What's wrong?" Bing felt that his initial plan was rotten to the core, to bring such a fool to hide. If he had known earlier, Xin Yu's disciple would have been more reliable. Seems like he had overestimated the fool, and that was the biggest failure of the entire plan. "There seems to be some sound," Tang Tian muttered, and soared into the sky, jumping up the mountain. "Bing, I still have to do it myself." Bing deeply blamed himself as a commander to actually make such a mistake. It was not right. "What do you want us, the people who fight, to do?" "That's right, just such a small matter. And you want to kill so much?" "If you are not happy, you can just bring people to kill. If you want to trample, we will trample. If you want to crush, we will crush. He is the son of a saint. You are the master of a constellation. Ursa Major King. Hey, please, can you be more particular about your status?" "He is just an ant. You have the time and opportunity to crush him. All those money cards in your pockets are just for show. Just casually put down the bounty and find people to kill him. Who would know that you did it? What if there were other people watching? Bring many people to snatch before anyone else." Bing shook his head, his gaze becoming far-sighted and far-sighted. Tang Tian's first reaction his beastly instincts at this time, displayed its greatest effect. He turned and jumped down. Ding Chen's face changed. Could it be reinforcements? He hesitated for a moment, but still clenched his teeth and jumped up the mountain. Without saying a word, Bing also jumped up. Tang Tian and Bing were stunned. Cold wave? This was the cold wave that caused people's faces to change. Bing thought further than Tang Tian. Forcefully snatching was the worst method, and the last choice. The current Ursa Major constellation needed time to solve the internal problem of Big Dipper. They needed time to digest and absorb. And after completing everything, Ursa Major constellation strength would rise to another level. And not at such a time, to display a strong offensive nature, would cause the surrounding constellations to feel extremely uneasy, and Ursa Major constellation would quickly be isolated by everyone. How can I eliminate all these suspicions? You lead the way. In mid-air, before Tang Tian had even landed, he gave the order without hesitation. The trees and rocks that were engulfed by the blue wave froze into ice and then dismembered, shattered, turning into blue powder, rolling in the wave, causing the blue wave to become even more azure. The 7 of them had red eyes, holding onto the ropes tightly. Everyone run that way. Quick! Tang Tian roared, his eyes wide open. All the muscles on his body swelled. He exhaled. The ropes became taut. He dragged the 7 of them, sprinting frantically. Bing's saliva flew everywhere. He was flustered and exasperated. Bing was stunned. Thinking about the fool's dreams and ambitions, he could only change his words. All right, how do we find Chia? What if he is powerful? Bring a lot of people to snatch. The cold wave behind them cast a gigantic shadow, slowly enveloping them. He had not figured out the origins of the 2 masters, but it was obvious the 2 masters were definitely powerful. The only thing he rejoiced about was Master Chao's heart was kinder than Li Liangqiu. Along the way, he saw Master Chao's actions. With Master Chao's identity and strength, he did not need to buy people's hearts. And the reason why he did that was definitely because he was kind-hearted. I'm so stupid. Bing shook his head. Everyone stared dumbstruck at the strange and terrifying blue wave, destroying everything along the way. Tang Tian looked up innocently. I didn't think so much. The blue line came extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a thin blue line to a blue wave. The training camp and town 30 kilometers away was in a mess. Little Fool held the umbrella, dutifully turning the umbrella handle. Every time the umbrella handle rotated, a martial spirit contract would be formed. In the past, when Tang Tian signed the martial spirit contract, it was still somewhat difficult, but now that it was past to Little Fool, he did not need to use any effort. The gold-ranked martial artist was killed by Tang Tian, like he was chopping vegetables. Then Tang Tian's strength was definitely a saint. To be subdued by a saint, not only was it not humiliating, to many people it was undoubtedly an opportunity. Tang Tian drooped his head, listening to Uncle Bing's lecture. Now that he had calmed down, he realized that he was indeed a bit rash. Tang Tian tilted his head and thought for a long time, then said, "Bring the army to trample Sexton's constellation." The cold wave's roar was getting closer and closer. That terrifying sound that caused people's scalps to go numb was like the sound of death. Crude and simple, without any technical content, completely without any strategy to speak of. Other problems were not considered at all. Discussing with the fool about intelligence, he was truly asking to be humiliated. Bing thought about the fool in front of him and softened his tone. You can't be like that. A man should know when to yield or when to stand tall. You are now a leader. You must have this bearing. If you don't even have this bit of forbearance, how are you going to conquer the world in the future? A total of 79 people. The martial spirit contract had been signed. Everyone had different expressions. Some were fearful, some were anxious, some were looking forward to it. Chapter 486. Everyone who had been saved from death's door were all ecstatic and all jumped down into the ice cave. I heard that the fighting grounds recently had energy undulations. Do you know about it? Bing asked softly. Who knew, no matter how much strength Tang Tian used? The rock seemed to be stuck to Yaya's, and could not be pried off. Tang Tian felt that it was strange, and did not restrain himself from using more strength. Pa! The dagger in his hand broke. The dissipating energy seemed to be attracted and quickly floated towards the star's umbrella. Yaya's but was meaty, and he did not know where to start, so Tang Tian found a dagger and wanted to pry the rock off. The dagger was a star treasure, but he did not have any other tools, and could only use it on the spot. Tang Tian was startled. Bing, who was puffing smoke, was also startled. Everyone gradually regained their senses. The whistling above their heads was still continuing, but because of the thick layer of ice and snow, it was not as scary. So scary! What heroic spirit of trampling Sexton's constellation was thrown away without a trace. If their small bodies were thrown in, they would just be blue powder. He had personally witnessed the scene of Yaya being struck, and could not help but say, Master! This rock is definitely not an ordinary object. To be able to survive the cold wave without being smashed, this subordinate has never heard of it before. Star treasures below gold rank, in the cold wave, will also be completely smashed. This rock is actually able to withstand the pressure of the cold wave. It is not simple. Little Fool held on to the umbrella handle, quietly floating in the air. That is true. Ding Chun was enlightened. He said solemnly, that is in the inner fighting grounds. After a period of time, there will be a strange undulation in the inner fighting grounds. Everyone is saying, is there any treasure in the hands of the ground master? But no one has seen it before. The inner fighting grounds is heavily guarded. Us disciples of the outer fighting grounds are not allowed to enter. Tang Tian called Ding Chun over. Have you seen this rock before? The light arrow entered the umbrella handle. The star's umbrella's light aura increased explosively. The stars on the umbrella suddenly lit up like a vast starry sky. Even the nebula could be seen clearly. The big and small stars, numbering in the billions, attracted everyone's attention. Energy overflowed. This thought gave Tang Tian a burst of strength that came out of nowhere. Dragging the 7 people, he actually rushed to the front of the group. Bing came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. Unusual, Yaya. Your luck is really good. This stone seems to be unusual. Dense energy immediately overflowed in all directions. The dazzling light spread out along the surface of the spinning star umbrella. Little Fool suddenly raised his head. His black, obsidian-like eyes lit up with an indescribable radiance. That face that resembled Tang Tian's, yet delicate and adorable face, revealed a rare, serious expression. He spread out his arms and closed his legs. His body formed a cross, and his blue tang suit fluttered even though there was no wind, emitting a powerful aura. Yaya's cry turned into a smile. It jumped up from the ground and jumped up along the ice wall. It was like a little squirrel. In the blink of an eye, it had jumped to the same height as Little Fool. The light aura from the star umbrella shone down. It was like the night sky was filled with stars, and it was actually rather bright. Little Fool's delicate face once again regained its dazed expression. His figure suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, he appeared in front of Tang Tian. He looked at Tang Tian. He did not have any expression, but Tang Tian dared to confirm that this fellow was staring at him. Bing was stunned for a moment. A bad premonition arose in his heart. He anxiously asked, "Wait a minute, what did you say just now? What inner fighting grounds?" Compared to Tang Tian, the other people's faces were filled with shock. They were completely scared silly. When had they ever seen such a crazy, terrifying martial technique? Bang! Seeing Yaya's expression, Tang Tian also felt that the little fellow was rather pitiful. He casually pulled the little flag on Yaya's, but to block the small stone. Tang Tian was in so much pain that his face contorted. "This asshole! Just wait and see how I take care of you." Bang, bang, bang. Ha 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 ha. Yaya, this is called strength in softness, and also called a beautiful but like a flower. But dimples, this is called but dimples. Other people have dimples, but Yaya has but dimples. Ha 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 ha. Another unscrupulous uncle laughed uncontrollably. Ding Chun immediately said, "Master, please speak." Ding Chun explained, the disciples of the fighting grounds are separated into 3 types: direct disciples, inner fighting grounds disciples, and outer fighting grounds disciples. The outer fighting grounds disciples will go to the training camps outside to undergo their initial training and training. Our ancient cold training camp is one of the most important outer fighting grounds. Oh, this way it's not too obvious. All right. As a man, how can you be disheartened because of a but dimple? Godlike bud spirit general, just a small stone. How can it defeat you? Tang Tian saw that things were not looking good. Without caring about anything else, he grabbed another star rock and crushed it, and anxiously shouted, "Little fool!" Yaya's anxious scream broke the silence. Tang Tian jumped in fright, and immediately grabbed onto Yaya, who was grabbing onto his hair. When he looked carefully, he immediately held onto his stomach and laughed out loud. Seeing this, Tang Tian's hair all stood up. Bang! Little Fool, who was rapidly spiraling upwards, opened up his arms, bringing along 2 rays of light. His speed became faster and faster, and when he was flying close to the umbrella handle, he was like a straight arrow. This son of a bitch is slightly powerful. Bang! Why did I not realize this in the past? Little Fool is actually not just a fool. He turned and shouted at Ding Chun, "Where's the ice cave?" A small stone was actually deeply embedded into Yaya's butt. Yaya's butt was originally chubby, like jelly. Now that there was a stone embedded in it, it was as if a thumbtack was pressed inside. Even the flesh around the stone that was squeezed into a circle could be seen clearly. It was hilarious no matter how one looked at it. Chie would definitely not like a pile of blue powder. Although this dagger was only a bronze artifact, it was still an artifact. It was normal for Tang Tian to be able to break it, but to be able to break a small stone, that was not normal. Yaya was dizzy and only knew how to grab onto Tang Tian's hair tightly. Little Fool, who was floating above Tang Tian's, had heard this and moved his right hand that was holding the umbrella to his chest. His small left hand also held onto the umbrella handle. Both palms closed and gently rubbed. Yes, the inner fighting grounds. It is very far from here. Ding Chun explained. The stars on the umbrella slowly revolved. That thin light umbrella suddenly gave off a thick and heavy feeling. The quality of the star treasures were all outstanding. Adding on the years of being nourished by the star power, the star treasures were extremely hard to destroy. But seeing the cold wave converging into a raging wave, like a monster that ate everything, even the star treasures were smashed into blue powder. Tang Tian's heart immediately trembled. The shattering sound that caused one's scalp to go numb came crashing down. The ice cave above his head continued to shatter, the thick ice layer releasing terrifying shattering sounds. Tang Tian, who was falling, saw the ice layer that was tens of zhang above his head, and countless of cracks were spreading at an astonishing speed. The exquisite face, looking down, was somewhat adorable. In his eyes, the star umbrella surface quickly became bigger. Hu! Pa! Da! The cigarette in Bing's hand dropped to the ground. He was dumbfounded. Bang! The ice and snow that fell from the sky brought along a terrifying sound. Fiercely collided with the umbrella surface. The bright stars on the umbrella surface suddenly revolved. Ka! The umbrella surface sunk down. In a moment of desperation, Tang Tian's hands were filled with star rocks. He did not care to see what grade of star rocks they were. His palms suddenly exerted strength. Pa! All the star rocks were crushed by him. The enlarged star umbrella surface was like a powerful blade, deeply piercing into the two sides of the ice walls. An ice cave with a diameter of roughly 10 m appeared in front of everyone. Calling it an ice cave was actually not suitable. It was actually a crack in the ice plains. One could see the obvious cracks extending along the two ends of the ice cave. Little Fool glanced at it elegantly, then regained his blank expression. Ha ha ha, Yaya, you're too pitiful. The top of everyone's head darkened. The cold wave swept past, their heads like a tide. Bing called Ding-chun over. Let me ask you something. Yaya pouted, lying on the ground like a caterpillar, sticking out his butt, his eyes filled with tears. He looked pitifully at Tang Tian. Ding-chun looked at it carefully. It was a black rock. The surface had blue patterns that looked like waves. Touching it, it was extremely hard. He shook his head, replying to Master, I have never seen it before. It's right in front. Ding-chun did not dare to look back. He shouted, and ran with his head down. Yaya turned his butt, twisting and turning, showing off his new accessory to Little Fool. If such a thick layer of ice collapsed, all of them would definitely be buried alive. The ice and snow pouring down from above probably weighed tens of thousands of tons, but the thin light umbrella stood there majestically. Ding-chun shouted in joy, In front, it's right in front. That means the undulation is not here. Bing's poker face was stupefied. The blue cold wave was getting closer and closer. Bang! A small rock that was brought up by the cold wave shot Yaya's but like an arrow. Yaya, who was not prepared, flew out. Tang Tian's eyes and hands were fast. His hands were like lightning. He grabbed onto Yaya. Without bothering to check, he placed it on top of his head again. Tang Tian waved his hand. Yaya, you've picked up a treasure. Oh no, you've been chosen by the treasure. As expected of our families, Yaya, this luck, no one can compare to you. Tang Tian also laughed to the point of tears, but he still struggled to stand up, pressed Yaya down, and warned Yaya, if you dare to fart at this time, I'll definitely kill you. Tang Tian roared. Little Fool, open the umbrella. In the air. He did not seem to have any leverage. His knees bent slightly, following that like a rocket shooting into the sky. He opened up both his arms, his body continuously spinning. The dissipated energy frantically flew towards his palms. Hearing Tang Tian's heartless laughter, Yaya immediately became anxious. He placed his butt in front of Tang Tian and kept swaying, wanting Tang Tian to help him remove the small rock. The cold waves' terrifying whistling sounds, and the continuous swallowing and shattering sounds. Tang Tian saw with his own eyes the few corpses, even the broken pieces of the star treasures, were all shattered, turning into fine blue powder. Everyone's bodies then landed on the ground, but no one could care about the pain. They were all stunned by Little Fool's valiant performance, including Tang Tian. Chapter 487. Song Yang, you would definitely be able to see that. If he could see that, why would he not want to make use of the snow plains? To martial artists, the cold wave was a fatal poison, but to spirit generals, it was the best nourishment. Rather than saying that the snow plains was a good place to train, it was more suitable as a place to nurture spirits. Tang Tian shook his head, but it might not be related to the black-faced burly man's gaze swept across everyone. Everyone was in a sorry state. Obviously, they had just experienced a disaster. Their faces still had traces of fear. He softened his voice. Ding-chun, you brat, your luck is not bad. It's good that you're alive. Where did you bring them to hide? Gold-ranked martial artists might not be able to discover the use of the cold wave, but saints would definitely discover it because saints trained in spirit domains. Their understanding of spirit generals far surpassed those martial artists. He looked at the collapsed ice cave. Many people knew about this ice cave, and occasionally there would be people patrolling here to hide from the wind and snow. Tang Tian turned his face. He could not bear to look. This thought made Bing's eyes light up. but he immediately rejected this guess. "This is the cold wave ice crystal," Ding Chun said anxiously. "Every time the cold wave passes, the cold wave will condense into ice crystals. Its ability to corrode true power is a few hundred times stronger than the cold wave in the air. Martial artists with weaker cultivation, upon touching it, their dantian will freeze. You must not touch it, don't even step on it." Little Fool's body did not move. His blank face did not have any expression, and once again turned the star's umbrella. "Can I eat it?" Tang Tian was eager to try. Yaya, who was at the side, had the same expression. From a certain perspective, this snow plains should be a strategic location. Ding Chen nodded. "Yes, not far from the training barracks, there is a city, ancient cold city. It is overseen by Master Fu's daughter. Fu Zihong, Li Liangqiu, and the rest are stationed there, under Miss Zihong's jurisdiction. Miss Zihong is a good person. Everyone respects her. The cold wave ice crystals exist for a short time. After a day, they will once again evaporate and mix into the air." Ding Chen warned, "Everyone, do not touch it out of curiosity." It was a pity that he couldn't eat it. It looked like Little Fool, and the rest were having a good time. Suddenly, Little Fool, who was holding an umbrella, landed on the ground and picked up a blue ice crystal from the ground. He started to chew on it. Only then did Tang Tian notice that there was a type of blue ice crystal that could be seen everywhere in the messy snow. The ice crystal shape was irregular, like pieces of blue broken ice. If it wasn't for the difference in color with the snow, it would be impossible to distinguish it from the snow. Little Fool suddenly waved at Yaya. Bing's eyes turned red. He did not care about smoking, and shouted while rushing towards the whirlwind, "Little Fool!" And me, Little Fool. Yaya and Bing immediately disappeared. Bing's gaze flashed as he pondered. Bing shook his head. There must be something wrong with this ancient, cold snow plains. "Don't you think it's strange that two saints are here? It was normal for Li Ruo to come. Something had happened to his son. Where was Fu Zhongshan? See his daughter? If it was any other time, it would be pardonable, but Sexton's constellation's undercurrent is surging with so many people getting restless. How would he have the time to leave now?" Ding Chen's face revealed the joy of surviving a calamity, and cried, "Master!" Little Fool, bring some of the surrounding ice crystals over. Being immediately reminded, Ding Chen said gratefully, "Thank you, Master. It happens every year, but the scale is not big. This time's scale is the biggest. The last time was slightly bigger and was 6 years ago. That time, the 3 masters also came." Ding Chen revealed a look of reminiscence. "What is this?" Tang Tian extended his hand out to pick it up. A person with high intellect must think about high intellect questions. Pa Little Fool was spinning the star's umbrella in his hands. The ice crystals were all sucked up from the ground, and like raindrops, they flew towards the spinning star's umbrella. Every piece of ice crystal that hit the umbrella would transform into sparkling and translucent blue powder and enter the umbrella. Bing's gaze landed on the vast ice plains. A strange look flashed past his eyes. Wasn't this ice plains a natural place to nurture spirits? Little Fool seemed to have become smarter this time. With a whoosh, he transformed into a whirlwind and swept many of the cold wave ice crystals over. And the region was not as out of place. Bing floated out and said, "Let's go to the training camp. I hope he can have good luck too." The black-faced, burly man shook his head and sighed, then said, "Bring them to the training camp. I reckon it will be a mess recently, troubled times. You better stay in the training camp. The scale of the cold wave this time is unprecedented. Master Fu and Master Li will be here tomorrow. Quickly go back. I will go look again." Ding Chun said softly, "That master just now is the ancient cold city's garrison. Master Yulong Hai, he is Master Fu's disciple, and also eldest young Miss Senior Brother. He is very strong." Bing sneered. Just an outer fighting grounds. What place is it that is worth three saints running over together? It would be weird if there is no reason for it. Furthermore, a barren land, does it need so many experts to guard it? Then what is it guarding for? Yaya cheered, picked up a piece of ice crystal, and started munching on it, his face full of enjoyment. Oh no, I must have been influenced by that fool. That's why my thoughts are always shifted to the army. Bing hurriedly threw the crude bandit plan out of his mind. Ding Chun looked at Little Fool. He could not understand. It was his first time meeting a spirit general that could eat the cold wave ice crystals. Little Fool was a martial spirit. Its aura was extremely similar to a spirit general. So Ding Chun mistook it as a spirit general. But he did not make a sound. Little Fool's valiant performance previously had completely stunned him. Such a powerful spirit general was definitely not an ordinary one. Should I send the army to flatten it? These words immediately caused everyone's face to change. He waved his hand in high spirits. Little Fool, Yaya, quickly go and pick up the ice crystals for me. Little Fool coincidentally turned around. Bing suddenly asked Ding Chun, when was the last cold wave? Bing's expression suddenly changed. He picked up a piece of cold wave ice crystal and actually copied Little Fool, munching on it. He closed his eyes, carefully felt it. After a moment he opened his eyes and praised, "Good stuff." Ding Chun pointed to the ice cave behind him that had already collapsed, his voice trembling. "Master, do you still remember that there is an ice cave here? Luckily, we are not far from the ice cave. If not—" Yaya was startled for a moment, then immediately cheered, spreading his legs. He happily rushed towards Little Fool, and with a final push, he leapt up high and somersaulted a few times in the air. The black-faced burly man thought that Ding Chun was scared stiff, and sighed. Our luck is really not bad. Ding Chun was startled, and shook his head. This subordinate does not know. The low, whistling sound above their heads gradually faded away, and everyone's taut nerves relaxed. When there was no longer any movement, everyone dug out the ice layer and climbed out of the ice cave. The ice plains had long changed beyond recognition. As far as their eyes could see, all the trees, rocks, small hills had all disappeared. The originally flat snow plains was now riddled with holes. What is there in such a place? Does it need a garrison? Bing asked. Ding Chun bellowed. I'll handle it. Everyone calmed down. Everyone looked at each other. This vulgar Uncle Spirit General, was he the same Spirit General that emitted a suffocating pressure just now? Asshole! You guys actually did not bring me. Don't fall into my hands. Bing scolded, flustered, and exasperated, coming from afar. Bing's heart was stirred. The ancient cold snow plains was the best place to nurture spirits. To Ursa major constellation, it was the best supplement. Tang Tian had many spirit generals under him. If they could nourish themselves here, they might be able to improve. Bing had an idea. He blew up the ice cave and erased the traces of the star's umbrella. Bing interrupted him. He was afraid that Tang Tian the Fool would say the words, sextons. And he said confidently, "No problem. We are not in a rush for the next 2 days. We will know once we see the news." "Have you seen Vice Captain Li?" the black-faced burly man suddenly asked. "No," Bing said straightforwardly. "This thing is a very good supplement for spirit generals, but if the quality of the spirit general is not high, he will not be able to take it." After about 10 minutes, Little Fool stopped, and the surrounding ice crystals were swept clean. Little Fool and Yaya's bodies had obvious changes. Yaya's skin became even more exquisite and smooth, and the little flag on his but became blue, and the Tang suit on Little Fool's body became even more exquisite, and his originally exquisite face was now like a porcelain doll. His eyes became even darker and brighter. The star's umbrella in his hands was sparkling and translucent, like an ice sculpture, its surface densely covered with incomparably fine carvings. The frame of the umbrella was also transparent like a crystal, On the surface of the umbrella, there was an additional layer of faint blue nebula. A few black dots appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of everyone. The leader was a black-faced, burly man. The star's umbrella suddenly stopped. Little Fool stared blankly at Yaya. Yaya opened his eyes wide. His face was filled with unhappiness. His heart was filled with envy. Why? Aren't we going to the inner fighting grounds? We don't have much time. Tang Tian was puzzled. Yaya was like a jelly sprawled on Little Fool's back, hugging onto Little Fool's neck, his mouth babbling and cheering. Yaya was startled. He increased his speed, but compared to Little Fool, his efficiency was much lower. Tang Tian nodded. He is stronger than Li Liang Qiu, and he has 4 gold-ranked martial artists by his side. No. Ding Chen shook his head, suddenly surprised, his voice trembling. Don't tell me, Vice Captain Li. Songyang, you did not realize this? The black-faced, burly man swaggered off, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Little Fool was like a blue whirlwind, flying across the ground. Everywhere he passed, all the ice crystals would enter his star's umbrella. The extremely dense cold wave was like a blue mist continuously entering their bodies. Tang Tian stopped, turned his face, and asked in surprise, "What?" Ding Chen's face changed and anxiously stopped him. "Master, you can't." Who? The blue whirlwind seemed to be startled and floated far away. Bing suddenly asked Ding Chen, "In this big snow plains, other than the training barracks, are there any other places?" The surrounding ice crystals were swept clean. It was empty. If one were to look down from the sky, the snow ground below was filled with blue dots. Only the area around Tang Tian, and the rest was empty. Suddenly, Tang Tian's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Someone is coming." Chapter 488. Let's go. I feel that Sister Ing is a good person. Tang Tian, on the other hand, did not show any signs of fear. He had heard their conversation just now and had a good impression of Sister Ing. Ding Chen raised his head, seeing the middle-aged lady. He immediately ran over. "Sister Ing, why are you here?" The scale of the groundsmaster establishment was astonishing. Sister Ing brought Tang Tian along, and along the way, people who met her all greeted her. This suggestion immediately caused Tang Tian to be roused. Compared to lying in ambush, sneaking up to Tang Tian's door was much more suited to his taste. It would be best if he could bump into Tsang Yangyu and then snatch Sexton's eye over. The endless lying in ambush was so annoying. On the way, Sister Ing casually asked a few questions, seeing that Tang Tian was silent. She felt even more pity for him. Not only was this child ugly, he was also introverted, truly pitiful. So powerful. Tang Tian was surprised. Three Spirit City had gone through many battles, and its defense was extremely high. That year, the Southern Cross Army lost because of this. It was not easy to create such large ice bricks, and every piece required a lot of manpower. Ancient Cold City and the training barracks were built by martial artists with their blades and axes. These large ice bricks had extremely strong defense and could defend against the attacks of armies, and were much more outstanding than the hard and sturdy rocks. She brought Tang Tian to the groundsmaster establishment's west courtyard. In the corner, an ice wall had collapsed, and the surroundings were filled with large pieces of ice materials. Sister Ing spoke gently to Tang Tian. Cho, make these ice materials into ice bricks, just like in the training barracks. Speak less, Tang Tian muttered, as though he wanted to imprint the 2 words into his mind. Seeing Tang Tian like that, Ding Chen calmed down. "We will secretly investigate at night," Bing said, his eyes flashing a ray of light. "Sister Ing is a good person." Ding Chen looked at Tang Tian. His heart was silent. "Master, don't you realize that you are lying in ambush? Is lying in ambush dangerous?" "Old Ding, your luck is pretty good. A fierce one has come." A martial master from another class said to Ding Chen. The Big Dipper plan was the true core in his eyes, because the Big Dipper plan had the possibility of overturning the current martial technique system, and Bing was very clear of the power contained in this overturning plan. Sister Ing looked at Tang Tian, her eyes filled with sympathy and pity. She glared at Ding Chen. What does looks have to do with anything? This young man is so spirited. He will definitely have a bright future. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He could only say, "It's his fortune that Sister Ing likes him. How would I dare to stop her? Then I'll go and remind him. Ah Chao's character is rather rash. Sister Ing, you have to bear with him." Sister Ying's expression softened a little. "Go. I will take care of him. It won't be for a few days. He'll go to the mansion to help out during the day and come back here at night. You can tutor him so it won't affect his cultivation." Sister Ying's expression became even more unfriendly as she pointed at Ding Chen and scolded. "What? In your heart, little chap Ding, is Miss a superficial person who only looks at people's appearance? Little chap Ding, it seems that I misjudged you. What's going on? You don't want to let him go." Tang Tian's current foundation was built from fighting all the way, but it was the dispute between Leo Constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance that gave Tang Tian the chance. With Ursa Major Constellation's current strength, if they continued to develop, it was enough to become a tyrant. But it would only stop there. The highest it could reach was the Ecliptic Palace grade constellation. The lady called Sister Ing laughed. "The mansion doesn't have enough manpower, so I'm here to find a few people to help. There's a pretty good one in your class. Master, please be careful. It's already not bad. Using brute force, well, the results are not bad. This young lad's foundation is solid. He's a good seedling." The martial master's eyes flashed with praise. After a while, footsteps came from behind. Bing planted the seed and waited patiently. "All right, no problem." The other party agreed straightforwardly. Ding Chen braced himself, tears streaming down his face. To call my boss ugly in front of me, why did I have to encounter such a thing? "Master, I said you were ugly, but I had no choice but to do it. You must speak less." Ding Chen could not resist, but to remind him again. Bing was a spirit general and was extremely sensitive to such things. This further confirmed the guess in his heart. Tang Tian did not think much about it. To him, cutting the ice bricks was a completely new experience. The cold wave in the ice did not affect him at all. And with his strength, he was ridiculously strong. Brandishing the blade, he slashed ferociously. Tang Tian's face turned bitter. "Uncle, this is too painful. Can we just kill our way in?" Ding Chen laughed. "Just a bit of brute force. I still have to train." The Big Dipper plan was at its most crucial moment. Bing would definitely not transfer manpower at such a time. Not only that, even the Saints of Alcade City were transferred back by Bing to continue researching. Ding Chen came to Tang Tian's side and was about to speak. Suddenly, a lady around 40 years old walked in and looked around. When she saw the small mountain of ice bricks in front of Tang Tian, her eyes lit up. She shouted, "Little Ding!" Ding Chen's heart was filled with despair. "God, I am innocent!" Little fool floated out from Tang Tian's body. He closed his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He kept his star's umbrella and pointed it towards the north courtyard. "Is there anything?" Tang Tian was startled. He immediately shouted, "Little fool, come and try it." Ding Chen could only agree, although the master was not in tune, but he could still listen to other people's opinions. "All right," Tang Tian replied. He then lowered his head and started to make the ice bricks. "If we believed you, we would all be dead." Luckily, Ding Chen was still in charge of Tang Tian and the rest. Everyone quietly immersed themselves in their work. They still needed time to digest the things that they had experienced on the road. The ice bricks that they needed to make were much smaller. They were all small ice bricks that were 1 foot square. Ding Chun sent Tang Tian and Sister Ing out of the camp. He was extremely worried. The irregular ice bricks in front of him were quickly chopped into squares. He felt that it was very interesting. He played with it happily. The ice shards flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge pile of ice bricks in front of him. Yes, Ding Chun nodded his head firmly. The less you speak, the less you will make mistakes. Seeing his expression, Tang Tian knew that he would not be able to get anything out of him. But the direction that Little Fool was pointing at, there must be something. Then I will go and busy myself, Sister Ing said. Bing quietly popped out. He was extremely surprised. You still have potential in this area. You can actually hold it in. Bing and Little Fool immediately entered Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian turned around and pretended to chop the ice bricks. You are quite powerful, Bing praised. Look at this wall. Don't you think it's too high? And this thickness, this is already considered the interior of the courtyard. Why is there a need for such a thick ice wall? Ding Chun secretly cried out. What he was afraid of had happened. He immediately said, This young lad does have some brute force. Just that, you can see for yourself. His appearance is a little too unsuitable. Ding Chun replied, When the time comes, you can give him some pointers. Don't hide anything. Bing exclaimed. He seemed to have felt something, but he was not sure. He said softly, Let Little Fool feel it carefully. Little Fool is the most sensitive to energy undulations. The barracks of the training barracks were all made of ice bricks. These ice bricks were extremely thick. Furthermore, they contained a cold wave. It was extremely difficult to cut them. To martial artists, it was a good daily training method. The ancient cold training barracks had been established for a period of time. The scale was huge, but the cold wave that had just passed through had caused great damage to the training barracks. Ding Chun brought everyone back. They were immediately ordered to start rebuilding the barracks. The grounds master establishment has 4 courtyards. The main courtyard is in the center. Cho, you must remember not to go near the main courtyard. The other 3 courtyards are the front courtyard, east courtyard, and west courtyard. This time, I need your help. The west courtyard. Bear with it. Bear with it. Bing comforted him, but he was carefully sizing it up. He clicked his tongue. Oh my God, this is the standard structure of a stronghold. I already said that this ancient cold city is not simple. The defense here is definitely not weaker than our 3 Spirits city. Every day, he would travel between the recruit barracks and 3 Spirits city. From 3 Spirits city, he could find out the progress of the Big Dipper plan to the current Ursa Major constellation. If the Big Dipper plan was successful, then Ursa Major constellation's strength would have a qualitative leap. Tang Tian's astonishing efficiency immediately attracted many people's attention. There was a reaction. Tang Tian's mind was roused. He immediately asked, Little Fool, what's there? The 12 ecliptic palaces were not to be trifled with. The onyx souls were hidden in the darkness. They could reveal their fangs anytime. For Tang Tian to be able to achieve what he had today, it was all due to luck. How could Bing place all his hopes on luck? Then I'll go. Tang Tian laughed. All right, Tang Tian said. He felt that what Ding Chun said made sense. Ding Chun obviously understood the situation more than him. Little Fool looked at Tang Tian blankly. He was in a daze. Tang Tian muttered unhappily, You don't believe me. That seems to be the case. Tang Tian nodded his head. His expression suddenly changed. He said softly, Someone's coming. Along the way, Sister Ing asked all sorts of questions. He tried his best to mutter "speak less" to deceive her. There were a few times when he almost exposed himself. Ding Chun dejectedly pulled Tang Tian to the side. "Master, there's no other way. You definitely have to go to the Grounds Master establishment." The resources supporting the current martial technique system had long been taken by the Honorable Martial Alliance, Onyx Souls, and the Ecliptic Palaces. If Ursa Major Constellation wanted to rise up, there were two ways. One was to continuously swallow and strengthen. The other was to create a brand new system. Ding Chun became anxious. He immediately shouted out. His expression was solemn. "Master, the Grounds Master establishment has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I do not know what arrangements they have. This lowly one has never entered before, so I do not know. But Master, no matter what, please speak less." It was not only the camp. Even the ancient Cold City was made up of large ice bricks. Each ice brick was 30 feet long, 10 feet wide, and 10 feet tall. They were taller than a person. This lowly one is afraid of offending young miss. Ding Chun forced himself to say, "Oh." Tang Tian replied. He continued to mutter in his heart, "Speak less, speak less, speak less." Tang Tian retorted. Ding Chun became even more determined. "Master, please promise me. This subordinate knows the situation better than you." Chapter 489. Jiang Yang was meditating among the flowers. He was Li Ruo's eldest disciple, and had always been by Li Ruo's side. When his junior brother met with danger in the cold wave, he specially followed his master here. Knowing that there was such a unique spirit domain, Tang Tian's train of thought immediately opened up a lot. To a martial artist of Tang Tian's level, lacking control over his power was something that should not happen. Separated by a wall, the flowers were blooming, the grass was dark green, and it was full of spring. Tang Tian did not think so much. It did not matter if Little Fool was powerful. The important thing was to find a direction. After all, he grew up from the current martial technique system. Even if it was a form spirit, it might not be the same as the ancient form spirits. His current strength was not weak compared to ordinary bronze saints. He was much stronger, but he had never found a new train of thought. This predicament stemmed from two problems. One problem was whether or not the zero energy body was already at its peak. Could it still be strengthened? His current strength mostly relied on the special ability of the zero energy body. The other problem was how to use Little Fool. Until now, his understanding of Little Fool relied more on Little Fool's own performance. Bing immediately displayed his professionalism. In the day, he had already quietly memorized the layout and environment along the way. Under Bing's guidance, Tang Tian found a corner with no one and quietly crawled in. What is this place? The training barracks were already built. Every class had their own camp, and everyone settled down. They were extremely tired in the day and had been frightened for the past few days. Now that they were relaxed, everyone fell into a deep sleep. His eyes flickered with a green aura. He was extremely surprised such guts to actually dare to sneak in when Master and Senior Uncle were around. The training barracks was not far from ancient Cold City, on the way back to Tang Tian's camp. A few martial artists swept past his head. They did not conceal their aura, and one of them was a saint. It lowered its head and sniffed in front of Tang Tian. When Sister Ing returned, the ice bricks in front of Tang Tian were piled up like a mountain. Sister Ing was extremely happy and let Tang Tian return to the training barracks to rest. Buzz. His movements did not have any sound. His control of the muscles in his body was extremely precise. Every landing point was like a leopard cat. His strong intuition and judgment allowed him to judge the danger in advance. Tang Tian guessed that this person should be Li Liangqiu's father, Li Ruo. However, he was afraid of arousing the other party's vigilance, so he didn't dare. to take a closer look. He stretched out his palm and pressed it against the grass on the ground. The green light in his eyes burned brighter, and his hair turned green. Saints were obsessed with controlling their power, and uncontrollable power was destined to be disliked by them. Pooh, Pu. The big turtle glanced at him and turned to leave. Only then did Tang Tian notice that the big turtle's four limbs and soles were shrouded in black mist. Its movements were faster than Tang Tian had imagined. Instead of being slow and clumsy, it was rather agile. "What do you think is inside?" Bing asked expectantly. However, the sky was already dark, and it was time to explore the city lord's mansion. Along the way, he carefully avoided the guards and patrolling martial artists. Tang Tian finally touched the walls of the main courtyard and found a place to climb over. He was immediately dumbfounded. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "What a big guy! There's a ghost!" Bing sneered. "It's such a barren land. Why is it so heavily guarded?" The big guy sniffed around Tang Tian, and the head formed by the black mist revealed a look of suspicion. The churning and floating mist was ever-changing, but it allowed Tang Tian to clearly distinguish its expression. When the saints of Ursa Major constellation knew that Tang Tian's spirit domain was a form spirit, they all held a cautious attitude. What martial technique is that? Back at the training barracks, Ding Chen immediately asked about the day's events, and Tang Tian then talked about the big turtle. Ding Chen said that the big turtle was called the fog turtle. It had a gentle temperament and had never hurt anyone before. But the origin of the fog turtle was something no one could explain clearly. His intuition was extremely sharp, and he quickly found the guard's weakness. Like a shadow, he flipped over the walls. In terms of destructive power, the zero energy body might not be comparable to the Blood Meridian Saints, but the advantage of the zero energy body was that it did not have any energy undulations. Just this point was enough for Tang Tian to avoid the majority of the probing-type treasures. That "I am called Cho." But compared to the sword spirit, which was a top-grade spirit domain, although form spirits were rare, but whether they were strong or not, they had a huge uncertainty. Some form spirits were very strong in the early stages, but became weak in the later stages because it contained more than one type of law, and the deviation of the center of gravity was often uncontrollable. And some form spirits were weak in the early stages, but became very strong in the later stages. Without alerting anyone, he arrived at the grounds master establishment. The more Tang Tian thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. He immediately called Bing over and told him about it. Bing also felt that it made sense and quickly returned to 3 Spirit City, and then passed the news back to Ursa Major Constellation and asked them to check if there was such a similar spirit domain. Countless green grasses were like concealed weapons shooting towards him like rain. The sharp, piercing sound converged together, causing people's scalps to go numb. At that moment, Tang Tian realized that he had nowhere to hide. Very quickly, Ursa Major Constellation sent a reply. There truly was such a spirit domain. In that moment, Tang Tian understood. At that moment, a faint voice came out from the front. "Those who come are guests, stay." Uncle thinks so too." Tang Tian could not help but nod his head. "I think so too. Let's not think about it. I have to finish my work first. But this garden is my territory. That is also the reason why form spirits were gradually lost. Low key. If not for the other party entering his garden by mistake, he would not have sensed it." "That's right." The big turtle stared at Tang Tian for a while, and Tang Tian could see it, causing the big turtle to be curious. Tang Tian turned and started to chop the ice bricks. "I don't know." Tang Tian shook his head. "You will know when you see it." Tang Tian quietly stood up, changed his appearance and figure. Without alerting anyone, he floated towards ancient Cold City. Upon nearing ancient Cold City, Tang Tian immediately felt that something was amiss. The security of ancient Cold City was even tighter at night. The footsteps were light and fast and did not sound like a human's. Tang Tian subconsciously turned his body. When he turned, his eyes darkened, and a gigantic figure stood in front of him. This sudden thought immediately made Tang Tian excited. Inside the garden, someone had barged in. Big Brother Jing Hao's sword spirit could be a spirit domain. Why can't Little Fool be a spirit domain? And Little Fool could directly control energy. This characteristic completely matched the characteristics of a spirit domain. Countless figures jumped out from all directions, and Tang Tian was shocked to realize that he was surrounded. In the darkness, countless flowers and grasses seemed to be cut by a formless energy and slowly floated up like erect, concealed weapons. The situation was indescribably strange. The security of the groundsmaster establishment looked to be less strict, but Tang Tian knew that was definitely an illusion. With 2 saints overseeing the place, the danger was many times stronger than outside. I was discovered. Tang Tian was shocked. The big fellow in front of him was 2 to 3 times taller than him, and he needed to tilt his head up to be able to see its face. It was a star spirit tortoise that he had never seen before. The tortoise shell was like a small mountain covered with mottled scars and had an unspeakable vicissitude of life. The other exposed parts were covered with thick scales, and its 4 limbs were thick and short. The most unique thing was its head was actually made up of threads of black mist, and the black mist would change from time to time, causing it to look extremely demonic. This was an extremely rare spirit domain called Form Spirit. Form Spirit was an extremely ancient spirit domain and was rarely seen nowadays. In the ancient times, the martial technique system was not as refined as it is now, and the spirit domains of saints at that time contained laws that were not as pure as today, and usually contained laws from many aspects. Tang Tian was overwhelmed with shock. An ambush? Thinking about that, Tang Tian's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that his Little Fool was also an extremely unique spirit domain? Seeing that, Tang Tian was suddenly enlightened. When he clearly saw that the shadows were clumps of grass, not only did he not feel relaxed, but the sense of danger in his heart became even more intense. Form Spirit was such a unique spirit domain. It had a certain level of intelligence. It did not contain one type of law. It was its own body, and it had the ability to grow. But it was not without its flaws. If the current spirit domain was like a piece of land, saints could build whatever house they wanted on it. Then Form Spirit was like raising a pet. Its growth was too uncontrollable. Tang Tian suddenly revealed a look of caution. He felt an intense sense of danger, as though he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Tang Tian curled his lips. You've already said it many times. Tang Tian waited for the night to come, while he stayed in his room to ponder on his martial techniques. Tang Tian watched as the big tortoise disappeared. He needed to calm down and find a solution. There were many saints who joined his camp, and they brought many theories and concepts of the saint domain, which was an eye-opener for Tang Tian. Tang Tian almost blurted out, but he remembered that it was not his territory. After reaching the saint level, saints with spirit domains would have a fundamental change in their fighting style. All of this was because the spirit domain could directly mobilize true power. The spirit domain's fighting style was strange. Some spirit domains could form a complete space and trap the enemy in the spirit domain, like the sword saint that Tang Tian met in the demon sealing sword. And some spirit domains could simulate the movement of true power to be able to form even stronger attacks, like Tang Tian's subordinate, Feng Yu. And the spirit domains of Blood Meridian's martial artists were different from normal martial artists. Their spirit domains were usually used to strengthen the body. Other than that, there were many special spirit domains. For example, Jing Hao's sword spirit was an extremely special spirit domain. What a strange star spirit beast. Bing, who popped out, was surprised. On its body, I actually can't feel any life force. Don't tell me it's dead? That. What are you? Tang Tian blurted out with a face full of shock. He had long forgotten about talking less to the nine heavens. Chapter 490. Saints. Fu Zhongshan and the rest were in the hall, listening to Jiang Yang describe the process of the battle. Song Yangyu extended his palm, and a star treasure appeared in his hand. It was shaped like a snowflake with 6 branches, and at the end of each branch there was a moving eyeball. Seeing this, Tang Tian knew that his plans for the night were ruined. The grounds master establishment was built on a mountain, and the innermost part was a mountain. Tang Tian was stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of him, and for a moment he forgot to speak. Just at this time, a heavy snort came out from not far away. Trying to run? Teacher! Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo shouted in unison. It was their teacher, Song Yangyu. Following that with a bang, a dazzling light aura blossomed like the sun in the west courtyard. The terrifying energy ripple swept out like a hurricane. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Little fool. The two of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. The ice-cold stone steps continued to descend, and an indescribable ripple filled the tunnel. Although the two of them were saints, they could not help but shiver. Song Yangyu sighed lightly, his gaze becoming deep. You guys are underestimating it. Unknowingly, so many years have passed. There are some things that you guys will find hard to understand. Tang Tian's mind involuntarily surfaced, the image of himself falling into a meat paste, and immediately felt a dull pain in his body. Suddenly, Bing's expression changed and bellowed, Quickly go! The old man is chasing us! Ancient Cold City's atmosphere was tense, as though they were facing a great enemy. If not for Little Fool, the opponent would immediately escape after missing his attack, and he would not be able to do anything. Now, more than 80% of the sextons I had become glistening gold. Only the center was still silver white. He paused for a moment, and then said, The one fighting with me is a blood meridian saint. He should have suffered some light injuries. Bing floated out and praised, Little Fool is truly powerful. Such a beautiful scene. The last time I saw it. Oh, when was it? 10,000 years ago. Unless it was even more powerful than the rumors in the market. Just at this time, an indescribable ripple came out from the depths of the courtyard, causing Tang Tian's mind to tremble. He felt as though he was being stared at by something. The feeling of his entire body tightening caused him to freeze. They flew higher and higher, and in the blink of an eye, Little Fool brought Tang Tian through the clouds. The moment he jumped out of the sea of clouds, the cold moonlight illuminated the sea of clouds in front of him. In the endless sea of clouds, a bright moon hung high in the sky, above the clouds. It was tranquil and windless, just like another world. Almost as soon as he had this thought, Little Fool suddenly grabbed onto Tang Tian's clothes and spun the star umbrella, Tang Tian felt an incomparably powerful force coming from his collar, and then his vision blurred, and like a rocket, he shot straight up into the sky. You're here. Fu Zhongshan's gaze turned towards his daughter, Fu Zihong, who was sitting quietly at the side. You always have more ideas. Tell me about it. The concentrated sound of something breaking through the air converged like a tide. The grass shadows that filled the sky were shining with a dense green light, and the killing intent was dense. This was the currently popular sextons. Yes. Jiang Yang revealed a look of reminiscence. That spirit general grabbed him by the collar, turned the umbrella, and flew straight into the sky. I couldn't catch up. Very straightforwardly, a saint's flying technique was completely different from a martial artist's light body technique. A martial artist's light body technique would always have a process of breathing in and out. After flying forward for a while, the energy would be exhausted, and it was somewhat like gliding. But A saint's flying technique was truly flying and could break through the clouds with astonishing speed and agility like a fish. Little Fool's performance that night had surprised Tang Tian. It was definitely breathtaking, but he could not let Little Fool suddenly explode every time. Form spirit was also a type of spirit domain, so there must be a use for it. When the crowd dispersed, only Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo were left. Both of them were silent. After a long while, Fu Zhongshan said, let's go see Master." "This is—" Fu Zhongshan shook his head. Never heard of it. He had trained in light body techniques in the past, and had flown in the sky before, and sat in a carriage before. The feeling of looking down from the sky could not be any better, but Tang Tian swallowed his saliva. The current height seemed a little too high. "Good, let's do it." Fu Zhongshan made the decision. A star treasure that no one had ever heard of before, and it was only a silver star treasure. "Teacher, how much more time do you need? Your disciples will also have an idea," Li Ruo said respectfully. The groundsmaster's residence was as bright as day and was heavily guarded. Tang Tian reacted, and his face turned white. "This height. This is bad." "Yes," Fu Zihong said calmly. "Looking at it now, paper cannot cover fire. Then why don't we put on a stance of waiting for the highest price and attract more buyers?" Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Once the two words came out, everyone in the hall had a change of expression. To them, this was undoubtedly the worst situation. Onyx soul strength was unfathomable. Once they set their minds, they would definitely not be able to stop them. A skinny old man sat cross-legged, his face full of wrinkles, his expression peaceful. The sky, full of grass shadows, was swept clean. When Tang Tian returned to the training barracks was already a boiling cauldron of voices. Everyone had been awoken by the explosion. They all climbed up, looked at the energy barrier of ancient Cold City, and started discussing. "You've worked hard," Song Yongyu said warmly. "I already know about the matters outside. You don't have to worry too much. There are some things that cannot be stopped. Er's idea is good. Let's do it according to her." Tang Tian did not say anything and anxiously went into his room. The battle yesterday had given him a huge shock and impact. In the past, he thought that saints were only SOSO, and he had killed a few saints. Today, he knew to be able to achieve such a result, it was definitely because of his luck. The opponent obviously did not expect him to be a freak. He soared into Tang Tian's body. Little Fool turned the umbrella handle, and like an agile fish, it drew an arc in the air and jumped into the sea of clouds. Tang Tian's eyes blurred again. Suddenly his surroundings were filled with white mist. Ding Chun saw him, and his anxious face relaxed. He did not ask any more. He knew that there were some things that he should not ask. Li Ruo was enlightened. Er's meaning is for them to keep each other in check. Disciple was meditating when I suddenly felt someone barge in from the bushes. Disciple was extremely shocked. Before this person stepped into the bushes, Disciple did not sense him at all. Disciple decided to make him stay and activated Floating Grass Needle Shadow. Disciple thought that I had a 90% chance of success and activated Floating Grass Needle Shadow. Inside the bushes, the opponent was a Saint Disciple, so I should have a fighting chance, but I did not expect the opponent's method of breaking it, and Disciple was shocked. A spirit general holding an umbrella suddenly appeared above his head. This spirit general looked like a 3 or 4-year-old child. The umbrella surface was filled with stars and mist, and with a turn of the umbrella, my grass needles were all sucked into the umbrella, and Disciple lost contact. Coincidentally, when the explosion happened, the opponent seemed to have realized that his plan had failed, and the spirit general brought him up into the sky. And how do I use Little Fool? A gigantic stone room appeared in front of the two of them. In the stone room, the cold air was oppressive. The 4 walls were covered with thick layers of ice, and the cold wave was extremely dense. No. Fu Zihong shook her head. We are trying to stall for time. As long as we can endure this period of time, we will succeed. So we need to spread the news and attract more people's attention. With more buyers, Onyx Soul will at least have some restraints. We can think of a way to stall for time. For example, we do not lack money and the opponent's price needs to move us. A figure rushed out of the sea of clouds. It was actually Li Ruo. His divine eyes were like lightning, slowly sweeping across the surroundings. As expected, a shrill alarm sounded out from every corner of ancient Cold City. A light barrier slowly rose. It was the energy barrier that represented ancient Cold City's defense. A light aura flashed in front of Tang Tian. Little Fool appeared on top of his head. The star's umbrella suddenly opened up, and with a spin, the sky full of grass was instantly sucked into the vast stars on the umbrella's surface. Tang Tian's shock turned into joy, who said that my little fool is not powerful. If I cannot escape at this time, I can only kill my way out. If I fall, this strange undulation came and went quickly. If not for Tang Tian's sharp senses, he would have suspected that it was an illusion. But he knew it was definitely not an illusion. Fu Zihong was quiet and gentle, dignified and magnanimous, her appearance beautiful. She muttered, "If Onyx Soul interferes, our situation will not be good. If that's the case, your daughter has an idea, we can openly sell it." The tunnel was very long. The 2 of them walked for a quarter of an hour before reaching the end. Openly sell? Fu Zhongshan frowned. Seems like someone has already seen through our plan. Fu Zhongshan said, "Tonight was their probing. We have already been exposed." He was like a fish patrolling the sky above the clouds. He did not find anything, so he dived into the sea of clouds and flew back to ancient Cold City. Li Ruo hesitated for a while and carefully asked, "Teacher, are the rumors in the market true?" A gentle and warm voice sounded out, and the old man opened his eyes. Li Ruo also said, "When I arrived, there was no trace of him. Seems like this person is not a saint, but a strange spirit general. Umbrella, holding child, does senior brother remember such a strong martial artist?" Blood Meridian Saint. Li Ruo's face changed. Onyx Soul. Fu Zhongshan's face congealed, and suddenly asked, "You said it was that spirit general who brought him up to the sky?" Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo's faces were stunned. Song Yang Yu's last sentence, "You underestimated it too much," made the 2 of them look at each other. "Then what do we do?" Li Ruo asked. Just based on this point, saints were many streets ahead of martial artists. And this was just for ordinary saints. Those saints who were bestowed with light body techniques were even more astonishing. Other than him, there was actually someone else, and it was a saint. 1 month, Song Yang Yu said gently. "Just 1 month. Sextons, I will be able to become a gold rank treasure." The sextons I spun around in the air like a snowflake. The 6 eyes lit up with different light auras. An indescribable pressure suddenly filled the entire stone room, causing Fu Zhongshan and Li Ruo to feel their bodies tensing up, as though they were unable to move. Chapter 4, 91. Every bit of improvement in the spirit domain was extremely difficult. A complete system of spirit domains to a saint was a huge inspiration. It was equivalent to opening a new window for him. Furthermore, you could directly learn and follow the path of a spirit law, because that path had already been proven to be feasible. Rongbo suddenly asked, "Have you investigated Song Yang Yu's background?" The only thing that comforted them was the defense of ancient Cold City. The sound of solid flesh colliding with the ground, the huge impact caused him to see stars and his mind to go blank. The number of outsiders in ancient Cold City increased rapidly. The guards of ancient Cold City all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. No one knew which old man on the road was a saint that could destroy them with just a finger. Their generation had never thought that there would be a day where they would see so many saints. In their hearts, saints were like clouds in the sky, suddenly appearing so many, causing them to tremble with fear. He has never left Sexton's constellation. His subordinate was even more ashamed. The Honorable Martial Alliance's intelligence-gathering capabilities had always been powerful, who knew that they could not find anything this time. Open? I had no choice. Rongbo laughed. What happened that year, not many people know, but Onyx Soul definitely knows. Onyx Soul might want to take it all for himself. Song Yang, you had schemed so much. How could he be willing to let Onyx Soul have it? Might as well take it out and sell it publicly. 1 can share in the benefits. 2 can exchange for resources. Song Yang, you really calculated it well. Bang! Rongbo smiled, waved his hand. Let's go. This is a rare gathering of saints. To broaden our horizons, it will not be a wasted trip. Rongbo. Oh, then what about his whereabouts all these years? Beside him, Yi Xiaogu acted as though he did not hear anything. His gaze was fixated on the rumbling energy in the sky above ancient Cold City, a trace of fighting intent flashing past his eyes. The concentrated sounds of collisions continued to sound out, hitting the ceiling, hitting the floor, hitting the walls. Tang Tian suddenly felt that he was a pinball in a secret room. Sextons, I can lock onto positions. Rongbo's expression was solemn. The stars in Heaven's Road are always changing. Even the star door will change. So many treasures are sealed and no one can find, is because the records of the past have changed with time. And the position locked in by the sextons, no matter how much time passes, it will be able to accurately display the position that was recorded in the past and where it is now. The soul law was extremely helpful to a saint, and it was hard to describe it. Yi Xiaogu nodded and did not say anything. However, once the human and soul became one, there would be many mistakes, and it would be a tragic sight to behold. Tang Tian's face turned pale. The energy around him suddenly became chaotic and out of control. Not good. Song Yang, you seem to have expected such a situation, as the ancient Cold City was built at the place where the underground cold wave was the densest. Then, they used the unique cold wave ice bricks to slowly guide the cold wave from underground. Over time, the density of the cold wave in the ice bricks of the city wall was astonishing, and its protection was also extremely astonishing. This time, the cold wave storm had mostly damaged the inner walls of the city. The outer walls of the ice city were still intact. Bang, bang, bang. If there was anything that was fatally attractive to saints, the spirit law was definitely one of them. The so-called spirit law was the comprehension left behind by the saints, and inside it was sealed the saints' most original comprehension and understanding of the laws. But not all saints had the qualifications to write a spirit law. Only gold saints had such qualifications. This meant that the spirit domain that he had comprehended was already relatively complete and had touched upon the origin. The energy surrounding his body was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and Tang Tian felt as though he was floating and sinking in the water. He was indeed floating and sinking. The feeling of flying in the spirit domain was completely different from light body techniques. Using the spirit domain to fly was directly using energy to move. Just looking at Little Fool's control of energy, it was extremely exquisite, causing people to exclaim in admiration. Tang Tian twitched on the floor, his 4 limbs twitching, and before he could regain his senses, the energy surrounding his body once again caused his body to float. Other than that, ancient Cold City had 12 star treasures, which included a saint treasure. The saint treasure of Sexton's constellation, Heaven Sextons, was inside the city. Songyang Fighting Grounds had controlled Sexton's constellation for many years, but had never revealed that the saint treasure was in their hands. This also caused the defense of ancient Cold City to reach a point that made people's hair stand on end. Saints were extremely sensitive to energy, and the ancient cold city in their eyes was completely different from the ancient cold city in the eyes of ordinary martial artists. The dense energy caused people to feel fear. Sexton's "I was truly in ancient cold city." Yes, Yi Zhao bowed. After being bestowed as a saint, every step was extremely difficult, and this difficulty was not something any martial artist below the saint level could understand. Every saint was created from killing countless of people, talent, perseverance, and luck. Not a single one could be lacking. They were the true dragons amongst men, the geniuses amongst geniuses. The competition between these top-notch experts would also be exceptionally cruel and bitter. Tang Tian was being used in all sorts of imaginative postures, dancing and bouncing in the air, enjoying the speed and passion, enjoying the power and impact. He had already awoken from his daze. All the information was a lie. Tang Tian closed his eyes in despair, his body once again plummeting downwards. And a few news related to Sexton's eye surfaced. It was said that Sexton's eye harbored a gigantic treasure trove. Inside were countless of treasures, and most importantly, there was a spirit law inside. The news related to Sexton's eye was not circulated amongst ordinary martial artists, and only spread amongst saints. Even the few saints of Ursa Major constellation knew about it. Bell also openly headed towards ancient Cold City as the representative of Ursa Major constellation. The various powerhouses' representatives, saints, were all heading towards ancient Cold City. What a painful realization. Suddenly, the energy surrounding his body increased rapidly. Tang Tian had a bad premonition and immediately shouted, "Stop, stop, stop." What did they say about my form spirit being connected to my mind? Yi Zhao suddenly asked. Clan Elder, is there really a treasure trove in Sexton's eye? Don't worry, Zhao Ge. Rongbo said warmly. Clan Elder and thinks highly of Jing Hao, and placed his bet on Jing Hao, but in my eyes, you are much stronger than Jing Hao. Our two families are old friends, and you are no different from my nephew. You just focus on training. I will help you with the other matters. Rongbo heard and laughed. Zhao Ge is also moved. This rumor might be true. We have checked. Sexton's eye suddenly disappeared 20 years ago and landed in the hands of a mysterious person. At that time, we had our eyes on him because he was related to a few treasure troves. He snatched Sexton's eye and disappeared. We were curious why Sexton's eye. After that, the clan elders researched and found out Sexton's eye has a very secretive yet unique function. His body quickly rose from 5 m. He quickly rose to 3 m, then 6 m, 10 m. Oh no! Bang! Another honorable martial alliance saint nodded his head. Seems like Sun Yangyu's ambition is not small. He has 3 saint disciples under him. Sexton's eye is a good bargaining chip. Using it to trade, he can definitely exchange for a large amount of support, enough for him to succeed in his career. He used a perfect back throw, fiercely smashing onto the ground. The power was so great, the hard floor was smashed into a human-shaped hole. How to quickly master flying was his top priority. Luckily, he was a master and had a few talented subordinates. Very quickly, the method to train the form spirit was found out for Tang Tian's reference. If not for him being a zero-energy body, he would most probably have turned into meat paste and covered the entire training room. Although he did not turn into meat paste, but seeing that the entire training room was riddled with holes, deep and small holes everywhere, Tang Tian's tears flowed down his face. What did he say that his own form spirit and his own human spirit would become one? What did he say that his own form spirit and himself would never abandon each other? That's right. Rongbo laughed. If not for the clues left behind by him, we would not be interested in Sexton's eye, and would never have thought that the unremarkable Sexton's eye would actually have such a mystical ability. That is normal. There are many unorthodox star treasures that are not high grade, but have unknown uses. But the power of time is still very strong. To want to reveal the location that was recorded in the past, we need to raise Sexton's eye to a gold rank star treasure and carve the location inside Sexton's eye. Only then will it appear. Bang bang. Tang Tian knew that with the huge commotion last night, it was not suitable for him to do anything sneaky for the next 2 days. Very quickly, Bell sent a message, causing him to be even more assured. Chia, this godlike young lad is so hard-working. Do you know? Tang Tian monopolized the training room. So it was like that. Yi Zhao Gu was enlightened, but was immediately puzzled. Then why did Song Yangyu publicize it? There is a type of form spirit called other people's form spirit. No, the subordinate's tone was somewhat ashamed. We have checked all the information about Sexton's constellation, and there was no Song Yangyu's existence. And we did not find out Song Yangyu has any friends. His 3 disciples are all orphans. He picked them up after he opened up the fighting grounds in Sexton's constellation. Since he knew that Sexton's eye was in ancient cold city, Tang Tian was not anxious. He was trying to find out how to fight alongside Little Fool. In the short term, this was extremely important. The zero-energy body's weakness in flying was undoubtedly exposed, and this was fatal to him. Yi Zhaogu was moved. It actually has such a miraculous use. Seems like he is not a simple person. Rongbo sighed. What use? Yi Zhaogu blurted out. But Tang Tian quickly realized Little Fool was obviously different from the form spirits in the information. Little Fool definitely likes to play ball games. Has he played with Yaya too much? Kids really need to be cautious when making friends. This city was not built in a day. Song Yangyu had schemed for a long time. The one who spoke was an old man with white hair and a stern expression, dressed in the Honorable Martial Alliance, Honorable Martial Elder robe. His temperament was graceful. His identity was extremely noble. He was the Honorable Martial Elder Rongbo. The Honorable Martial Elder held a high position in the Honorable Martial Alliance. For him to personally come, it showed how important he was. Only to see Tang Tian, who was in midair, suddenly increasing his speed, drawing out a beautiful arc, turning head down, he continued to increase his speed, diving down, fiercely crashing into the ground. Chapter 492. Tang Tian was in a daze as he looked at Little Fool. Crunch, crunch. Tang Tian looked at the spirit technique card in his hand. Feeling anxious, he suddenly remembered that Little Fool was eating spirit technique cards. So he handed the spirit technique card over to Little Fool. His cheeks swelled up. He used all his strength to chew. Little Fool's expression was focused. His black eyes lit up with light aura. Little Fool finally did not take the star rocks from Tang Tian's hand, causing Tang Tian's mind to be roused. Little Fool received the star rocks and started to chomp, crunch, 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 crunch. Seeing that, Tang Tian continued to feed him the star rocks. Little Fool did not reject anything. Crunch, 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 he ate very quickly. But Tang Tian was also very good. After Little Fool ate all the star rocks, did there not seem to be any changes? This is my own voice. Blink involved the laws of space, and its price was naturally extremely expensive. Furthermore, it was extremely practical. It could allow a saint to teleport within a range of 1 li. But when Tang Tian understood the gains, he immediately understood the 340 billion was not spent in vain. The light aura in Little Fool's eyes gradually dimmed down. His pair of black eyes were extremely clear, brimming with chi. Suddenly, Little Fool's exquisite, yet somewhat stiff face suddenly had a few more expressions, as though he was a sculpture in the past, and was now alive. The number of saints in Ursa Major constellation was increasing day by day, and Ursa Major constellation had started to establish a specialized saint unit to collect the items that the saints used for training. Liang Feng and the rest were all excited, as though they had been injected with chicken blood. It was truly a good thing to lean on a big tree. although Ursa Major constellation could not be compared to the ecliptic Pallas constellations, but it was definitely not something a small constellation like Draco constellation could compare to. Even Draco constellation was powerless to collect them. How could the other scattered saints have the ability? As long as one's intuition reached a certain level, they would be able to sense the changes in space. Not only intuition, some probing type star treasures or probing type spirit techniques would definitely be able to sense it. Little Fool took the spirit technique card and without hesitation stuffed it into his mouth. Tang Tian was pondering when Little Fool suddenly stopped. The poor waiter was smashed by Tang Tian until he was dizzy, seeing stars. His originally dull face was covered in dirt. His face was at a loss. It was not difficult for a saint to fly. It was like a thin layer of paper. In a situation where they had never seen it before or had no one to guide them, saints would often use their past experiences to imitate light body techniques. Below the saint rank, they were called martial skills, and after the saint rank, there was a fundamental change in the way they fought, and they were called spirit arts. Is this teleportation? So scary! He turned his head in shock. Little Fool was holding an umbrella floating behind his neck. Little Fool's body froze. His expression froze on his face. His eyes filled with fear. Buzz. When the last piece was stuffed into his mouth, Little Fool quietly stopped. Swish, swish, swish. Teleport 2 more, Tang Tian shouted. For the vast majority of novice saints who had just stepped into the saint realm, the realm after the saint realm was completely unknown. Even the saints under Tang Tian did not know how to fly. But that pair of eyes that were filled with spiritual energy made Little Fool immediately become lively. Little Fool's eyes suddenly lit up with a light aura. So when Tang Tian's orders came, all of them became extremely excited. They had some connections. It was just that they were short of money and could not afford it in the past. The power of instant teleportation was fast. 340 billion. It was unable to raise the realm of the saints in the saint unit by 1 level, but it was able to increase the fighting strength of the entire saint unit by a qualitative leap. 10 billion star coins to many small constellations was an astronomical figure that they could not reach, but in the sacred saint galaxy, it was not considered a large sum of money. He raised his head, looked at the umbrella he was holding, then lowered his head to look at his palms, then looked at the Tang suit he was wearing, and then lowered his head to look at his legs. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Did this fellow's stomach lead to another world? Swish! Little Fool immediately floated up. It was obvious that Tang Tian's beating just now had an obvious effect. Tang Tian had a lot of star rocks. He was after all a master of a constellation. How could he be stumped by a mere star rock? But the problem was, in an intense battle, it was often a difference of 1/100th of a second. How much time would he have to break the star rocks? One by one, in the blink of an eye, Tang Tian had fed him over 10. But Little Fool did not have any intention of stopping. Spirit techniques contained laws that could not be described with words and could only be comprehended, so they were made into spirit technique cards. If I don't say stop, you are not allowed to stop. Tang Tian continued. From this point, it could be seen the difference between saints with inheritances and saints without inheritances. But the current Ursa Major constellation was considered a small tyrant with robust financial resources. It was fine if they did not know, but once they knew, the power they could unleash could not be underestimated. Why did it stop? Tang Tian looked and suddenly realized the energy is gone. Tang Tian squatted in front of Little Fool and asked anxiously, How is it? How is it? Tang Tian was immediately roused, thinking about it. How could there be something invincible in the world? Be it martial techniques or spirit techniques, there must be a way to break them. Tang Tian was even more dumbstruck. To the saints under Tang Tian, it was definitely a feast. Even if they did not train in spirit techniques, it would still give them a lot of inspiration. Tang Tian suddenly made his move, grabbing onto Little Fool. Bang, bang, bang. He smashed him on the ground and scolded, "What are you blowing for? Asshole, I have long been unhappy with you. After smashing me so many times. Ha ha ha. You are finally in my hands. Today I will let you understand how painful it is to be enlightened." It was Liang Feng the bootlicker. He specially used the fastest speed to meet up with Belle, and then brought her over. Little Fool, is this your doing? Suddenly, Little Fool in front of him suddenly disappeared. That's right, he suddenly disappeared. This kind of disappearance did not have any signs. There was no airflow. He completely disappeared. Tang Tian shouted. But Little Fool did not move. Tang Tian frowned and said fiercely, "If you don't get up, I will continue to beat you up." Oh, thinking back at the moment when Little Fool disappeared, he actually still felt a little. Almost at the same time, a gust of wind blew from the back of his neck, causing Tang Tian's hairs to all stand. Little Fool originally looked very similar to Tang Tian. His facial features were exquisite, but he always lacked some vitality, causing people to think that he was a spirit general. This was definitely a big killing technique. If we say training martial techniques was to gain enlightenment on spirit domains, then spirit techniques were the product of deducing and enlightenment on laws. The range of movement of a mile meant as long as the opponent was within a mile of him, they would be in his attack range, and he could attack anytime. Other than that, he could instantly escape from the battle, which was very useful when escaping. His gaze once again landed on Tang Tian's face, who had his mouth wide open in shock, his eyes filled with boundless rage. Shwa, shwa. Little Fool obediently teleported twice. Tang Tian quickly realized another problem, and that was the problem of energy. The other saints had energy, and the spirit domains also used the energy in their bodies. But Little Fool did not have energy. Without energy, these spirit techniques could not be used. What Tang Tian was using now was the method he used in the ice cave, using star rocks. Little Fool's figure filled the entire room. His movements were extremely fast, not daring to be careless. There was only one spirit technique card in Tang Tian's hands, and it was also the only spirit technique card that they could buy that was worth more than 100 billion, and that was the famous Blink. Tang Tian carefully sensed it. Oh, there was indeed a feeling the moment Little Fool disappeared. He would always have a trace of feeling. This trace of feeling was completely different from energy undulations. Oh, is this the undulation of space? Yes, Blink could not be completely silent because it did not disappear into thin air, but through the transformation of space. The simplest saint level flying technique had a price as high as 10 billion star coins. Flying spirit techniques looked ordinary, but there was a difference in quality, different prices of flying spirit techniques. Their speed, agility would be heaven and earth apart. Another example was the energy barrier, which was also the most commonly used defensive spirit technique by saints, but its defense and attack speed also had a huge difference. After spending a full 3 days, Tang Tian finally learned how to fly, but the price he paid was extremely heavy. If not for the zero energy body strength, Tang Tian suspected that he would not even be alive. And Tang Tian realized Little Fool was unable to continuously blink twice and had to pause for 5 seconds in between. 5 seconds was not a lot normally, but in a battle, it was enough for the opponent to kill you countless of times. Suddenly, he took out a star rock and gave it to Little Fool. Han Towel and Pai Pa had already strongly requested to stop the Saint unit's expenditure. The Big Dipper plan itself was a bottomless pit, and just the energy transformation of the army was already an astonishing expenditure. If not for Ursa Major constellation having the gold-spitting monster Fornax constellation, they would definitely not be able to bear it. But even so, it made the housekeeper Hand Towel and Pai Pa feel an immense pressure. Speaking of which, it was Little Fool's credit. If not for Little Fool bringing Tang Tian to fly once, He would not have known that saints could fly like that. Tang Tian agreed to hand towel and Pai Pa's request without hesitation. The old fellows of the Saint unit were already extremely happy with such a huge harvest. They were extremely satisfied. Of course, there were two exceptions. One was Tang Tian, the other was Jing Hao. Both of them had a form spirit and a sword spirit. Both of them were extremely rare. Jing Hao was slightly better. He only focused on his work and did not have much to think about. What he needed was perseverance. But Tang Tian had a headache. He and Little Fool could indeed communicate, but it was extremely difficult. But how could Little Fool use spirit technique cards? So when Tang Tian saw the short few days, the Saint unit's expenditure, his face immediately turned green. 340 billion. His question was filled with anger, but when he opened his mouth, he spoke in a childish voice. After venting his anger, Tang Tian's mood immediately became better, holding onto his chin. He started to ponder, what if he were to meet a blink saint in the future? But I finally learned how to fly. This feeding session lasted for an hour. Tang Tian immediately felt elated. This young lad could also fly in the sky. Thinking about that, he could not help but be eager to try it out and wait for the sky to turn dark to test it out. Chapter 493. So humiliating. After 30 seconds, Little Fool woke up. His face was gloomy, and he struggled out of the mud. Tang Tian did not feel anything. He was in a good mood. He felt that he was too powerful. He could settle Little Fool in minutes. He waved his hand. Let's go, Little Fool. Let's go train outside. Oh, could it be that you have not been enlightened? Tang Tian muttered. He quickly grabbed onto Little Fool's leg and then smashed him on the ground like a sandbag. Asshole! Scum! Gangster! Scoundrel! Bing happened to appear. Hearing Little Fool's words, his eyes lit up as though he had discovered a new continent. Little Fool can speak now? Tang Tian flew above the sea of clouds. He was unspeakably carefree. He was like a fish swimming freely. He had never experienced such flight before. It was too satisfying. The two figures, one big and one small, looked at each other dumbstruck. Asshole, just you wait. I will definitely take back control of this body. Bang, bang, bang. Yaya immediately revealed a happy expression, squeaking and somersaulting on the ground. The waiter once again struggled to stand up. His face was covered in dirt, and a disdainful smile appeared on his little face. He was heroic like a martyr who was about to die for a just cause. He said in a childish voice, "Do you think you can make me yield just like that?" He is so stupid. How can he be my opponent? There was only one thought in his mind. I definitely cannot let this happen. You actually dare to resist. He shot forward and squatted down, pulling and pulling on Little Fool, looking at him for a long time. He would turn Little Fool around, and then pull Little Fool upside down, muttering, "There seems to be some changes." 10 minutes later, "Damn it, this voice. You win." Little Fool said in a childish voice, like a little kid for a comic book for a piece of candy, he gave up on a war. Afraid of being recognized, Tang Tian controlled his body, changed his appearance, and then quietly brought Little Fool out. Humiliation. But when the killing intent rose in his chest. "So that's it? Then why are you trembling?" "I actually was. Damn it. Then I can only let everyone see your little bean sprout." Tang Tian grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Oh, there's a female hoodlum called Sai Lei. You definitely know her. She likes pretty and cute little boys the most." "You really won't yield?" Tang Tian squatted down and asked curiously. Little Fool had always felt that he was a person without a bottom line, without warmth, a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. But today, he realized that the fool in front of him was even worse than he thought. "Right, I almost forgot someone." Tang Tian said proudly, "Angelina, Andromeda constellation Angelina, she's a beauty. Why is this happening?" Little Fool muttered to himself, His eyes were blank, but his childish voice made his words filled with the innocence of a child. It was as if a child was filled with curiosity towards the world. In Little Fool's mind, the image of the beautiful body appeared. The image of the shy young lady appeared. He was not stupid at all. Of course, he knew of Angelina's feelings for him. It was just that his personality was cold and did not put Angelina in his heart. He only treated Angelina as a chess piece. Why is Little Fool trembling? Bing was surprised, thinking about how he was actually forced into such a state by the fool and had to endure the childish and stupid shouts of a lunatic. Little Fool's head spun. He was once again swung up like a sandbag. Bang, bang, bang. Very quickly he was buried in the dust. Little Fool had already fainted. Yaya also appeared. Unscrupulous Bing immediately shouted, "Yaya, quickly come and see your brother Little Fool's little bean sprout." He was completely unable to hear what Bing and the rest were saying. If he could hear them, he would definitely regret not hearing them. Yaya puffed out his chubby tummy and ran over to show off to Little Fool. "Well done," Bing praised in all seriousness and left, leaving behind a sentence. "You guys continue playing." Then, what is going on with this world? Discouraged Little Bean Sprout. Asshole. Truly, this is too humiliating. Suddenly, Little Fool, who was in a daze, suddenly felt his pants become cold. An evil hand pulled open Little Fool's pants. Bing took a look and clicked his tongue. Little Bean Sprout did not grow up much. Little Fool looked at Tang Tian in a daze, as though he was seeing Tang Tian again. In the snow, under the moonlight. Despicable. The childish voice was squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Little Fool was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Little Fool seemed to have awoken from his dream. His eyes twitched, the anger in his chest surging up. But when paired with the childish voice, it suddenly became indescribably cute, just like an angry child, fuming with anger. Little Fool's heart was bleeding. Yaya's eyes lit up. Whoosh, he appeared in front of Little Fool, sticking his head out to take a look. Then his face revealed an enlightened expression. And then he lowered his head to look at himself, and could not help but scratch his head. Under the big hand, Little Fool's delicate face became taut. His eyes filled with a haze. How stupid must this fool be, to shout out like a lunatic? Little Fool was completely stupefied. For a moment, he forgot to resist. Little Fool's pink fists were tightly clenched. His little face was white from anger, and he stared fiercely at Tang Tian. He was trembling just now. Could it be that I hit him too hard? Tang Tian muttered, "Ha ha ha ha." Tang Tian was extremely pleased. Little kids were the easiest to fool, even with his intelligence. Pooey, pooey, pooey. The intelligence of this godlike young man was very high. Woo, at least higher than a Maori. Can he talk without hitting? Tang Tian's thought process was obviously different from others. He said confidently, "It was because I randomly smashed the ground just now, and that made him enlightened." Little Fool. Tang Tian immediately sensed it. You're rebellious now that you can talk? You used to be very obedient. Never give in. Little Fool replied in his childish voice. Little Fool realized he was completely unable to control his body. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear, reflecting Tang Tian's sinister smile. Little Fool's heart was filled with killing intent. "Stupid brat, you think with your little bit of strength you want to be my enemy? Go to hell. Asshole." Yeah, but you don't even let such a little kid off." Little Fool pointed at Tang Tian. He was so angry that he was trembling, just that such words of condemnation were said in such a childish voice. "Damn it! Little Fool, you better think carefully when everyone knows that your little bean sprout is not as good as Yaya. That will hurt your feelings and your pride. Look, I'm not trembling anymore." Tang Tian proudly displayed Little Fool in his hands. "And I have to look at an idiot who has to squat on the ground." Little Fool swore in his heart. "Little Fool is so cute. Why did you hit him?" Bing asked. But when he woke up again, the scene in front of him made him almost unable to believe his eyes. What happened next was a nightmare after a nightmare. No, it was a nightmare that was more terrifying than the previous one. Tang Tian beamed with joy as he kneaded Little Fool's hair into a bird's nest. "Little Fool, be good. Wait till you finish training. I'll let Yaya play with you." Little Fool felt as though he was struck by lightning. His entire body froze, and his mind went blank. Hearing Tang Tian's crazy shouts, Little Fool's face became so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it, because he realized his body was unable to go against Tang Tian's will. As long as Tang Tian's mind moved, whatever he wanted him to do, his body would do it. Hee. Tang Tian was pleased. He had just realized that Little Fool's reaction to other people looking at his little bean sprout was extremely intense. Since violence was not useful, then he would change to another method. "I have many female gangsters under me. Han Tao has a sister called Xiaoju." See, he completely did not know that within this pink body of Little Fool, there was actually a dangerous and dark consciousness of an adult. Seems like it. Tang Tian also had a look of agreement, and then patted Little Fool's head. "Little Fool, don't be discouraged. Slowly grow up." Tang Tian came back to his senses and instantly became excited. He squatted down, and with a face full of excitement, he shouted, "Wow, Little Fool, you can speak." And Angelina, although they were sleeping in the same body, in his eyes, this fool only had a bit of luck and a bit of brute strength, while he was the true master of this body. Little Bean Sprout, noble, intelligent, calm, strong, and proud. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was only hiding for the sake of the big picture, just to plan for the future, just to not attract the attention of those terrifying fellows. He had never thought that this fool would be stronger than him, and even more so, he did not think that this fool would be able to truly control this body one day. Without saying anything else, Tang Tian stretched out his hand to grab Little Fool. Wah, I'm coming. Watch me fly." Little Fool had not regained his senses from the impact. The sky and earth were spinning, and then he had an intimate contact with the ground. And in the moment of contact, in the dust that rose up, his mind was filled with despair. When the scene of Angelina curiously looking at his little bean sprout appeared in his mind, he felt as though his world had collapsed. He trembled in fear. It was too scary. All of his willpower to resist disappeared without a trace. The raging flames of anger in his chest seemed to have been doused by a basin of ice water. His chest was filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill all of these despicable fellows, to wash away the humiliation. The intense killing intent caused him to disregard the fact that the fool was of the same origin as him, to disregard the deep plans behind him, to disregard everything. Seems like Yaya's little bean sprout is slightly bigger. Bing scratched his chin and commented with a professional look. Cold as the snow. There was no sound at all. This fool actually did this. The unprecedented humiliation caused him to tremble in anger. He could not help but squeeze out 2 words from his teeth. Asshole. Tang Tian's face was joyful. To him, Little Fool was a 2 to 3-year-old kid. Little kids were easily sensitive to such insignificant, meaningless, and small matters, and were especially mindful of them. Yaya was so scared that her face turned white and immediately disappeared. Although I can't break it, but it hurts to look at it. Chapter 494. Magic Flute was intelligent. After pondering for a moment, he understood Tang Chao's thoughts and asked in surprise, "You want to use this war to find a way to deal with the saints?" "Teacher, you are Gunan, right?" "I am an evil person, and no one is more suitable to be the executioner than me." These people did not attract the attention of Ursa Major Constellation, but Tang Cho regarded them with importance. The veterans that survived the cruel battles were not comparable to ordinary martial artists, and to be able to break through in battle, it meant that they had a strong desire to live, and that was a rare quality. But The merciful did not command an army for the master. For the army, their own lives were insignificant. Thus, this stupidity, it had a strong pulse, it had a passionate and crazy passion, it had an arrogance that did not fit in with the world, it had a stubborn and sharp belief that pierced through people's hearts like a spear. Ling Su paid the price of being injured and escaped. Wei Wei and revealed a pondering expression and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, could it be grandfather? Teacher is truly the Silverfrost mounts." Jing Hao knew himself. He was strong, but when it came to commanding battles, he did not know anything. He nodded. "What do you need me to do?" Ling Su's guess was confirmed once again, and he calmed down. She asked Ling Su, but Ling Su did not tell her. Tang Chou shook his head, not waiting. Ling Su suddenly thought of a guess. His breathing suddenly became chaotic. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked Wei Wei An, "When did your grandfather leave Big Dipper?" Wei Wei An's soft heart was pierced by the sharp belief and fighting intent. Ling Su's voice revealed a trace of fatigue. He leaned his entire weight on the tree trunk, not moving, allowing the perspiration on his face to flow. Magic Flute sighed faintly, just that the casualties. The army advanced forward. The current Cetus constellation had long merged with Ursa Major constellation, Gong Qing had escaped, and Tang Tian did not massacre Cetus constellation. Their families were alive, and well, causing the resistance of the Cetus martial artists to decrease greatly. Since they were still alive, they naturally had to consider more realistic problems. Everyone had their families to feed, and Tang Chow's recruitment made them heave a sigh of relief and also had some anticipation. Almost all of the Cetus martial artists who had recovered all chose to join. The addition of the Cetus martial artists raised the army's strength greatly. Wei Wei An could not say the word stupid, no matter how stupid it was, when it was so crazy, so determined, so resolute, so courageous, and so reckless. Wei Wei An could not say the word stupid, no matter how stupid the matter was, when it was so crazy, so determined, so courageous, so forward, so disregarding everything. It was because of the battle that had shaken her heart. She had never seen a martial artist so crazy and stubborn in battle. The warriors in the tribe, compared to Ling Su, were far inferior. Tang Chow's eyes flashed past. Long, and Frost, Long Tang Wei, Tang Tian, Wei Chapter 2, Tang. This was something that Tang Chou absolutely could not tolerate. His Excellency had painstakingly established such a foundation. How could he stop because of this? Long, the time after time, the number of Tang, there, the experts there, and Tang, there, long time, but there with long. That was also why, after every big battle, the number of experts did not decrease, but increased rapidly. To make the same mistake twice, that was just plain stupid. Wei Wei An thought that the battle would let Ling Su understand the difference in strength between them, but she did not expect that, after resting for a day, Ling Su would return and escape again. Tang Chou knew that, with such a large number of casualties, Master would definitely be furious, and he would lose Master's trust, and might even be punished. 1 hour. Wei Wei An said. The current Tang Tian was like the sun in the sky. His reputation was flourishing, although he had only risen for a short period of time, but he had already become a tyrant. Tang Chou did not tell Magic Flute about these thoughts. Magic Flute was different from him. Everyone had their own mission. Tang Chow's expression was cold, and did not say a word. As long as we can find a way to fight against saints, any price is worth it. Tang Chow's tone was cold without any warmth. You think I am doing this for the fame? Tang Chou sneered. Of course I know how powerful saints are, but we have to win against them, because our future enemies are destined to be saints. But what about the same mistake, making it 7 times? Xiaobai's mother? Ling Su was at a loss. This weird form of address immediately made him dizzy. In Tang Chow's plan, In the future army's configuration, gold-ranked martial artists would become the core of the army. Tang Cho looked at Jing. How? His heart was filled with admiration, as expected of a trustworthy person. His tone was still cold. Magic Flute will travel with me. Alcade City will be handed over to you. Swordhorn Snow Goat. Yes. Wei Wei nodded her head. Grandfather left Big Dipper many years ago. We do not know where he went, and only returned after many years. He even brought Xiao Bai's mother back. Grandfather once said he saved a friend and asked him to bring back his friend's mount, which was Xiao Bai's mother. Fighting would increase the frequency of the silverization, and the pain of the silverization would also increase continuously. But as long as he could endure it, his arm would produce a stream of clear current entering his spirit domain, and he could feel his spirit domain becoming stronger. She knew why. In the forest, there had already been 7 battles. Wei Wei looked at Ling Su's appearance. She bit her lips and did not say a word. That heroic face was twisted and sinister, covered in perspiration. His coarse breathing was filled with endless pain. This time, Ling Su did not reject. He muttered, "I saw it from teacher's notes. He was saved by someone in his early years, and that person had the same white crescent moon imprint as you." An hour later, his physical strength was completely recovered. "That's right," Tang Cho said coldly. "The Battle of 3 Spirits City gave me a lot of enlightenment, but I want to confirm what I have in my heart. All of the tactics can only be tested in actual battles." Grandfather? Ling Su was startled. This man is truly a sharp flame. She suddenly asked, "Brother Ling, why did you save me? How long has it been?" Now was the best time, no matter how many casualties there were, to the current Ursa Major constellation. It was something they could endure. If they were unable to complete the upgrade of their army in this period of time, and were unable to find a way to deal with the Saints, then in the next phase of the war, Ursa Major constellation would completely fall into a passive state and lose their competitiveness. Xiao Bai is a very handsome sword-horned snow goat. Wei Weian explained, "I have never seen Xiao Bai's mother, but not long after Xiao Bai was born, she passed away." All of the armies that were truly famous in history were not trained, but were continuously tempered and baptized in battles, using countless of corpses to build them up. About 300 years ago, the Silver Frost mounts produced 2 spear technique geniuses, Gunan and Lianyu. Gunan died, and his corpse was never found. Wei Weian was shocked. She pointed to the white crescent moon imprint on her earlobe. "Brother Ling, is this it?" Ling Su did not say a word. He was recovering his physical strength. In the past few days of battles, his strength had increased greatly. Other than gaining a deeper understanding of his spear techniques, another important discovery was the secret of silver transformation. In the past, he did not form his spirit domain, and thus did not discover the secret of silver transformation. "Are we not going to wait for Ling Su and Crane?" Jinghao was taken aback. The wind blew. The young lad's silver hair, that handsome and masculine face, caused Wei Wei and to be absent-minded. 7 battles. In every battle, Ling Su fought 1 against 2. At the start, Wei Weian could not understand, because in 1 against 2, Ling Su did not even have the slightest chance of winning. And the battles were exactly as she thought. Ling Su was firmly suppressed without any chance, and was in a difficult and dangerous situation. Ling Su could not help but hold onto the silver spear in his hand tightly. Previously he had a faint guess in his heart, but he never had any proof. But at the moment this confirmation was proven. Magic Flute looked at Tang Cho and sighed. "Ah Cho, you are too cold." "Silver Frost mounts." "Good." Jinghao did not speak nonsense. "Leave Alcade City to me." After so many days, he had already completed the replenishment and reorganization of the army in Alcade City. Especially, he had replenished the survivors of the 3 whale army into the army. At that time, These people had bitterly withstood Tang Tian's whirlpool sword storm, and at the critical moment of life and death, many of them had a breakthrough. Although they were injured by the whirlpool sword storm, but after treatment, they were basically healed. Medical Saint Ding Man's contribution was huge. The heart-piercing pain in his right arm caused his mind to go blank. Grandfather is the oldest person in the tribe and is already 330 years old. Wei Wei and counted with her fingers. When grandfather left, he was almost 30 years old. That should be 300 years ago. Magic Flute floated beside Tang Cho and said warmly, "Why are you so anxious? Saints are not easy to deal with, and the road to becoming a famous general cannot be rushed." Ling Su's mind trembled, his pupils suddenly dilating. Swordhorn Snow Goat was the standard mount of the Silver Frost mounts, and was long extinct. The current Black Feathers mounts were equipped with black, feathered antelopes. Ling Su leaned on a tree trunk. The tree trunk was covered with moss, and the air was warm. His body was trembling, gasping for breath. His expression was in pain. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His orange pupils were not focused, but were leaping with a blazing flame. The most direct way for an army to improve was through fighting, and the survivors of the Whale Army were the best examples, because only at the critical moment of life and death would it be easier for them to burst forth with potential and easier for them to achieve a breakthrough. The desire to live was an instinct. If not for the whirlpool sword storm, the whale martial artists would need to spend a long time to break through, and most of them would not even be able to achieve a breakthrough in their entire lives. Yes, Ling Su nodded his head, the meticulous Wei Wei, and noticed that the frequency of it flaring up was getting higher. From the first few days, it was now flaring up every day. Her heart was filled with worry. Ling Su's body was worsening. The gasping gradually stopped. The twisted and sinister face gradually smoothed out, the trembling and taut body gradually relaxed and stabilized, the unfocused orange pupils gradually regained their focus. Chapter 4, 95. An unremarkable bone appeared in Old Yu's hands. This was just a part of his collection, and was not worth much. Liar. This was the origin of the development of the modern spirit domain, and following the development of the modern martial technique system, the refinement had already reached the pinnacle. When Tang Tian landed on the ice plains, he was taken aback. On the ice plains, figures could be seen everywhere. A trace of caution flashed past his eyes. But Tang Tian's gaze landed on the cold-looking martial artist beside the old man. Tang Tian became famous after his battle with him, but in that battle, he was in the limelight. With his strength alone, he suppressed Tang Tian, Jing Hao, and the rest. Now that Tang Tian's reputation was rising, Yi Zhao Ji's reputation also rose along with it. Countless people wanted to step on his shoulders to become famous, but no one succeeded. Yi Zhao Ge was moved. Dawn was one of the most famous spirit technique cards in the Honorable Martial Alliance, hailed as one of the strongest spirit technique cards in the Bronze Saint level. Of course, he knew the value of this spirit technique card. Even within the Honorable Martial Alliance, the price was as high as 200 billion. It was still something that could be bought whenever one wanted to. Thinking about this, Oldju said patiently, "This is indeed a saint bone. When ancient saints pass away, it is also called nirvana. Their bodies and spirits will be destroyed, leaving no trace in the world. Only very few saints, after death, their bones did not completely disappear. These bones left behind are saint bones. Legend has it that saint bones are the best nourishment for form spirits." Yi Zhao Ge did not mind, and just stood up. He had experienced this many times, and was long used to being challenged. Little Fool turned his face. He could not bear to watch. "Can your expression be any more fake?" He immediately felt a trace of pressure. If Oldju lost this spirit technique card, it would be a loss of close to 200 billion star coins. To Oldju, it would definitely be a heartache. For example, to quantify the size of the spirit domain, they came up with the concept of spirit value. Not only could the spirit domain be measured by spirit value, the spirit value required for every type of spirit technique was also listed out by them. In this way, they would be able to accurately determine how many spirit techniques he could cultivate. Yi Zhaoge had a weird expression. This bone was only slightly larger than a knuckle and was covered in dust. It looked like a small lump of soil and was very inconspicuous. Tang Tian nodded pretentiously. But words are no proof. Everyone says that the Honorable Martial Alliance is very powerful. I don't believe it. Little Fool was not happy about this at all. He was scheming hard as he tried to come up with one plot after another. He was thinking about how he could take back control of his body. Liar, I didn't expect this cold wave to have such a magical effect. Tang Tian immediately used a suspicious gaze to size up Elder Yu. Hey, now, I'm suspecting if you're from the Honorable Martial Alliance, you can't be a liar, right? Song Yang Yu is really making a fortune, silently. This battle was worth watching, Elder Yu said with interest. Then how can you believe me? On the other hand, the form spirit was the product of the ancient chaotic thoughts. The ancient saints believed that the heaven and earth were one, and that life was chaotic and unclear. The birth of a form spirit was usually very random, because it could not be directly and precisely controlled. You won. Elder Yu was startled and immediately laughed involuntarily. He did not think that Yi Zhaoge would lose. He smiled and said, Young man, you're very confident. Since it's like this, then I'll bet. This Saint Bone is one of my collections. To other people, it has no use, but to your form spirit, it is very beneficial. You don't have to win as long as you can withstand 20 moves from him. Never thought that he would see a form spirit here. Tang Tian's face was full of disbelief. He muttered, I randomly picked up a bone from the cemetery, and it looks better than this. Saint Bone, who are you lying to? Where is the saint? Elder Yu's face twitched. He squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. Then what do you say? More and more people moved after hearing the news. Yi Zhaoge was not a nameless person. Although among the saints, his qualifications were shallow, but to be able to step into the saint level at such a young age, he was definitely a genius. Tang Tian scoffed and kept the things. Fight with him. Tang Tian pointed at Yi Zhaoge and said, As long as he wins, I'll follow you. Elder Yu's face was somewhat ugly. He suppressed the anger in his heart. If not for the vanishing form spirit, just based on what he said just now, he would not hesitate to kill this fellow. Wait till you fall into my hands. I'll definitely dry you and make you into a specimen. In my collection, there will be one more. Modern form spirit. It was also a good collection. But Elder Yu's status was very high. He was deeply trusted by Elder Rong. Usually, Elder Rong would also give him many pointers. So, Yi Zhaoge still restrained his temper. Elder Yu was very interested in the cold wave. It was not that there were no things that could nourish a spirit general, but every one of them had a sky-high price. A place like the ancient cold snow plains had extraordinary value, but he was more curious about that fool's reaction. Tang Tian said unhappily, Hey, old man, don't take a broken bone and say it's some saint bone. You're really from the Honorable Martial Alliance. You're not lying, right? People from the Honorable Martial Alliance are all filthy rich. Spirit Technique card. Add another Spirit Technique card. Tang Tian raised a finger. Hey, you're an important person from the Honorable Martial Alliance. That kind of common stuff, don't take it out. Good is good, but it's a pity it's too thin. Killing intent flashed past Elder Yu's heart. His face did not change. He threw the Spirit Technique card, and Saint Bone over. Fine. This young fellow is quite scheming. But speak with your strength. There's no room for regrets now. But this fool's strength seemed to be improving rather quickly. Elder Yu laughed. His courage is commendable. Zhao Ge, go and exchange a few moves with this young fellow. Don't be too ruthless. At this time, there were already many saints who were attracted by the commotion here. They were watching from afar. Little Fool also noticed Yi Zhao Ge. Previously, everyone fought to the death. Meeting again, naturally he was extremely jealous. Wait a minute, Tang Tian shouted. If I lose to him, then I'll follow you. What if I win? Tang Tian descended with some dissatisfaction. The feeling of flying in the sky was simply too great. It was as fast as lightning, under the clear and cold moonlight and the endless sea of clouds. If he brought Chie to play like this, he would definitely be overjoyed. The exclamations from the surroundings immediately made Tang Tian know that this spirit technique card was definitely a good thing. Form spirit, honorable martial alliance. Tang Tian revealed an interested expression. I heard that people from the Honorable Martial Alliance are all very powerful. Elder Yu had experienced this kind of thing many times. As for the other party not wanting to join the Honorable Martial Alliance, he did not even think about it. It was good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. The Honorable Martial Alliance was fully deserving of being the number 1 tree. Who could reject it? As for this young fellow, Elder Yu did not care about his strength. He was only interested in the form spirit. If not for the form spirit being a saint's spirit domain, he would have snatched it long ago. An old man shouted, causing Tang Tian to be startled. He turned his head and saw an old man and another cold-looking martial artist standing side by side. The old man looked at Little Fool. His eyes lit up. That was why Zhao Ge was surprised. In this day and age, there were still people who used such an outdated method to train. Even if he attracted the other party, he was just a test subject. So what if this was Sexton's constellation? As long as it was reasonable, he was not afraid of killing until rivers of blood flowed. Hearing the words that entered his ears, Tang Tian somewhat understood. So everyone was actually looking for the cold wave. Thinking about the day when Little Fool and the rest ate until they were full, Tang Tian laughed happily. Young fellow, you actually managed to cultivate a form spirit. Not bad, not bad. Elder Yu praised. How is it? Do you have any interest in joining the Honorable Martial Alliance? If not for the fact that there were so many people here. Elder Yu was enjoying it. The Honorable Martial Alliance has a long history and has all sorts of records. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be better than other powerhouses. Form spirits, this type of spirit domain, had long been eliminated. Elder Yu was so angry that the wrinkles on his face were trembling, like a layer of water rippling. He was too lazy to talk nonsense, and immediately took out a spirit technique card. This spirit technique card, Dawnlight, he wanted to prove it in front of everyone. Now, the other party did not even have the chance to regret. The Honorable Martial Alliance's regret was not something that could be easily reversed. Little Fool's face was as gloomy as water, as though he was a little kid throwing a tantrum with his parents. Kill the fool? Elder Yu actually took out the spirit technique card. Yi Zhao Ge knew that the matter was not as simple as he thought. Yi Zhao Ge, the current generation spirit domain, was extremely particular about efficiency. The capacity of the spirit domain was limited, and the number of spirit techniques that could be stored was also limited. How to be more efficient was the ultimate goal of the current generation spirit domain. Little Fool's eyes suddenly lit up. The smell that the bone emitted. Impossible. The two of them were two sides of the same body. The fool could only be suppressed and not killed. In his heart, he could not wait for someone to come and beat up Tang Tian. If Tang Tian was heavily injured, maybe he still had a chance. Yi Zhaoji's gaze also landed on Little Fool. His expression was cold as usual, but a trace of surprise flashed past his eyes. Form spirits, such an ancient spirit domain, and there were still people training in it. Many years ago, form spirits had already been eliminated, and no one had trained in it. Tang Tian squinted his eyes and opened his mouth. Enemies were truly bound to meet on a narrow road. These were two completely different thoughts, and there was no difference in superiority or inferiority. But to anyone, being bestowed as a saint was extremely difficult. It was not easy to step into the saint rank, and to gamble on one's character. The saints were naturally not willing. They were more willing to choose a path that might not be stronger, but could obviously be controlled. In Elder Yu's eyes, the young lad in front of him definitely recognized Yi Zhaoge and wanted to use a battle with Yi Zhaoge to display his strength and obtain a good treatment. It was a good thing for a young lad to have a competitive heart. Yi Zhaoge was a publicly acknowledged genius and naturally could not avoid becoming the target of comparison. The unfamiliar fellow in front of him did not seem to be worth 200 billion star coins. Tang Tian agreed, without hesitation. All right, but give me the thing first, in case you guys go back on your words later. Anyways, you guys are not afraid of me running away. The two of them walked one round and stopped in disappointment. Song Yang, you did not give anyone the chance. The source of the cold wave was deep under ancient Cold City. As for the cold wave in the air and the ice, to them it was too thin and did not have any value to saints. No, just drying you will not be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Wait till you land in my hands. See how I will take care of you. As for the surprise from the old man beside him, he was not surprised. The old man had a very strong retro complex. Yi Zhaoge scoffed at this point in his heart. Those things that had already been eliminated all proved that they were already outdated and useless and were not worth the effort. Chapter 496. No one had expected that a battle between two saints would actually be a competition of strength. However, they had no choice but to admit that this simple and unadorned attack was filled with destructive power. Most importantly, he was simply too shameless, as expected, to deal with this fellow. All he needed to do was to provoke him. The middle-aged man beside him was tall and thin. His eyes were sunken, and his expression was sinister. Yi Zhaoge is your main opponent. The other party's speed was extremely fast, and the frequency of his attacks was simply unimaginable. His moves were simple and straightforward, without any fancy moves. Most of them were basic martial techniques, but they were complemented by a strong force, which was extremely lethal. Yi Zhaoge's heart trembled, but his face did not change at all. A sword appeared in his hand, and he lightly raised it. Although the sword soul was rare, it was still unable to move the other elders. The Honorable Martial Alliance had existed for so many years, and there would always be some unsuccessful disciples who left the martial group and shone brightly. This was not strange, but Jinghao's actions were viewed as treason by many of the light sect's elders. Tang Tian refused to give up. Can we really not escape? Little Fool kept his mouth shut. He thought to himself, if only all the enemies in this world were as easy to deal with as this idiot. Although Yi Zhaoge had expected the other party to be very strong, he did not expect the other party to be so strong. Almost at the same time, the unfamiliar face appeared in front of Yi Zhaoge. So fast, the figure in front of him suddenly became blurry, and a cloud of mist exploded around the blurry figure. Sound barrier. Rong Bo can also sweep them away. The middle-aged man glanced at the young man. It's a tacit understanding that we won't make a move. Whoever broke this tacit understanding would mean an all-out war. No one dared to open this box. The Honorable Martial Alliance dared to attack the Leo constellation, but definitely did not dare to provoke an all-out war. The Leo constellation dares to fight the Honorable Martial Alliance, but at the same time, They do not dare to provoke an all-out war. Our onyx soul also does not dare. So, Song Yongyu is very smart. Being stimulated by Yi Zhaogu, the others all headed to the front lines and joined in the battle against the Leo constellation to temper their own strengths. They grew up in blood and fire while we watched from the sidelines. Tong Gu said softly, "They are becoming vultures, but we are still poultry. We are still waiting for the two vultures to fight each other, and we can reap the benefits without doing anything. However, Master, is a vulture that can be defeated by a fowl?" In the past, among the many geniuses of the Honorable Martial Alliance, Yi Zhaogu was definitely not the most dazzling one. However, he was the first to become a martial sage. And he was also the only martial artist who could suppress Tang Tian. Qiu Shan had died in Tang Tian's hands, and Zhang Ming he had fallen in Three Spirits City. From this angle, Tang Tian's nickname of Radiant Grindstone was truly true to his name. Moreover, this fellow seemed to be in a daze. Hiss! No one was surprised by Yi Zhaoji's performance, but that ugly guy's strength couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, the combination of provocation and awakening of hatred would definitely make Dumbass explode. What about Leo Constellation? Why didn't they come? If not, we can still provoke them. The young man laughed. The sounds of collisions suddenly became louder. Yi Zhaogu released a sword screen, and under Tang Tian's torrential attacks, it did not move at all. He had completely forgotten about his previous miserable experience. Bullshit! Tang Tian was enraged. Don't talk about 20 moves. Even 200 moves is not a problem. Yi Zhaogu frowned. Such an amateur performance made him even more disdainful. Just at that moment, the other party suddenly took a step forward. When his foot touched the ground trembled, and the dust around his feet quietly crumbled. The middle-aged man was speechless. If it was like that, then the other party's research on him was unexpectedly deep. Most importantly, he did not even put the other party in his eyes. The other party's amateur and clumsy performance made him even more disapproving. Tang Tian's old and new hatred surged in his heart, and he said fiercely, "Just taking 2 pieces of trash from him is truly too easy on him. I want to beat him up like a dog." Dang! The sword in Yi Zhaoji's hand, in an extremely small range, quickly changed. Similarly, there were no fancy sword moves, but every sword was filled with power. Although Elder and had been building up momentum, trying to bring Jing Hao back into the Honorable Martial Alliance, but the majority of the elders remained silent. Why not directly rob? The young man raised his eyebrows. With master strength, it is enough to sweep this place. In a battle between saints, spirit techniques were the true main characters. The middle-aged man was startled. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, thinking of taking the things and running away. This kind of shameless action, as a master, do you have the face? Do you really have the face? Hey, surname Ji, I want to beat you up like a dog. Yi Zhaogu did not take advantage of the other party's distraction to make a move. He was a person with status and a prideful heart. He could not do such a thing. And now he was representing Elder Yu. If he did well, then Elder Yu would have face. If he performed badly, then Elder Yu's face would be greatly damaged. Yi Zhaogu suddenly pulled apart the distance. Squinting his eyes again, there were still 5 moves left. It was enough. The fist collided with the sword. The dull sound of the collision, the surging energy, swept past Yi Zhaoji's face. His expression was calm. His body slid back a few steps as though he was on ice. Onyx Soul's people, compared to them, Yi Zhaogu was more favored by the Honorable Martial Elders. Although the sword spirit was strong, but in the eyes of the Honorable Martial Elders, it was only limited to this. Compared to the astonishing foundation and accumulation of the Honorable Martial Alliance, just a mere sword spirit. What was it? Yi Zhaogu retracted his thoughts. Jing Hao was the opponent he was looking forward to the most. The spirit law inside this treasure deposit is not of a high grade and is more attractive to bronze saints. This time, Rongbo, I think, is also helping Yi Zhao go build up momentum. The middle-aged man spoke neither fast nor slow, but it seemed to have a sinister feeling. Jing Hao had cultivated out a sword spirit. This matter had caused a huge uproar in the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Sword saints were not mainstream in the Honorable Martial Alliance. In the Honorable Martial Alliance, the top-grade spirit techniques were not sword saints. In the history of the Honorable Martial Alliance, it was the first time a sword spirit had appeared. What made them feel even more awkward was that he was a traitor. You can't escape even with blink. Little Fool's childish voice interrupted Tang Tian's fantasies. He rolled his eyes in his heart, as expected. This fellow looked like he was careless, stupid, but in truth he was a black-hearted and ruthless person. Little Fool, prepare to blink. Tang Tian said slyly. Comparing strength, he was not afraid of anyone. In the arena, Tang Tian was fighting with heaven and man. No, it was a battle between human and spirit. Tang Tian and Little Fool were connected mentally and did not need to speak at all. Suddenly, the other party roared. Yi Zhao Gu jumped in shock. The other party suddenly became filled with killing intent, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Yi Zhao Gu was baffled. Goading him? Really strange. The middle-aged man looked at the young man coldly. Tonggu, war's very cruel. This fellow can't be scared silly, right? The young man who spoke was barefooted with loose hair. His eyes were black and bright, giving people a strange feeling. He sighed lightly. I still want to see Zhao Ji's strength. I hope this fellow is not too weak. The tradition of the Honorable Martial Alliance was the Light Series Spirit Techniques, the Honorable Martial Alliance's top spirit techniques. The most core essence was light, starting from the founder of the Honorable Martial Alliance. After every generation, there would be geniuses in this domain, generation after generation persevering to perfect, forming a complete Light Series Spirit technique. But, Master, the smile on Tong Ji's face disappeared. He sternly said, without experiencing the baptism of war, our martial artists will grow much slower than them. At that time, will we still be able to keep up with their pace? Yi Zhao Gu was not complacent. He knew that there was another genius who was stronger than him, Jing Hao, who had cultivated a sword spirit. Yi Zhao Gu suddenly woke up. Unknowingly, both parties had already continuously exchanged 15 moves. This kind of pure strength competition was indeed extremely satisfying. Could it be this was the opponent's strategy? So many saints. Furthermore, do you think that the Honorable Martial Alliance really has no way to deal with teleportation? Little Fool coldly said. The cold and childish feeling almost made him collapse. Was this a little baby in a fit of pique? But to prevent this fool from doing anything embarrassing in front of so many people, Little Fool still insisted, in front of so many people, if you can withstand 20 moves, these things will be yours. The Honorable Martial Alliance will definitely not go back on their word. Or, you don't even have the confidence to withstand 20 moves from Yi Zhao Gu? His body lit up with a gentle white light. The white light was like water flowing along his body, wrapping around the sword in his hand. So within the Honorable Martial Alliance, martial artists who cultivated Light Series spirit techniques were regarded as orthodox. The man in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. He did not seem to have any imposing manner, and what he cultivated was the ancient and obsolete form spirit. Yi Zhao Gu was somewhat uninterested. If not for Elder Yu's words, he would not even bother to take another look at this kind of trash. Yi Zhao Gu was somewhat excited. It had been a long time since he met such a strong opponent. His own blood meridians were already very special, and in the process of being bestowed as a saint, his blood meridians also underwent changes. Dang, dang, dang. The proud little fool. How could he tolerate such a shameful action? Yi Zhaoji's pupils suddenly shrunk. The strength of this kick was so strong. Just at this moment, Elder Yu's brows were already frowning, indifferently saying, "Zhao, Ge, don't play anymore. Finish the battle quickly." Little Fool rolled his eyes in his heart, but his mouth continued to fan the flames. "You were beaten like a dog by him last time. Having a shadow in your heart, it is also understandable." The white light became increasingly bright. A vast and overbearing aura enveloped the entire area. In history, the disciples who left the Honorable Martial Group, although they dominated an area, but they always maintained a good relationship with the Honorable Martial Alliance. To the Honorable Martial Alliance, this kind of action was like spreading branches and leaves. But Jing Hao was different, because Jing Hao had joined the enemy of the Honorable Martial Alliance. After being bestowed as a saint, Yi Zhaoji's temperament changed greatly. Like a wild beast's craziness was even more restrained, although his temperament was still grave and stern, but it was not so unapproachable. To many people, this was Yi Zhaoji's performance of becoming more mature. Actually, I feel that an all-out war is also pretty good. The young man said disapprovingly, "Our onyx soul actually did not display our abilities in this war. So disappointing." Chapter 497. Am I really of no use at all? Suddenly, Yi Zhaoji's face changed. The glimmer around him had actually disappeared. He suddenly raised his head, only to see the opponent smiling at him. "No, there must be a way." Pa! His fist exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Even Tang Tian's zero-energy body was unable to withstand the surging star power. What a fool! His battle prowess would increase exponentially in this halo of light. Tong Gu, who was in the distance, was shocked. Yi Zhaogu actually trained in glimmer. He laughed. His face was innocent and simple. There was no change. Only the purest energy once again exploded when both parties clashed. "Quick!" Tang Tian urged. What he did not expect was the energy on Tang Tian's fist suddenly exploded. Asshole! The crowd was in an uproar. Even more people's faces changed. All of them looked at Yi Zhaogu with a trace of fear. Not everyone was familiar with spirit techniques, but there were definitely no saints who did not know of glimmer. Little fool! Furthermore, the crazy thought that surfaced in his mind made him tremble. It was too crazy. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian, whose fists were bleeding profusely. It was truly a beautiful yet dangerous spirit technique. Yi Zhaoji's eyes flashed with a cold light. The halo was his territory. The moment Tang Tian barged in, he had sensed it. Tang Tian licked his lips like a wild beast. "Little fool, it's time." Yi Zhaoji's face changed. Bang! A leg quietly struck his back. The powerful force immediately caused him to fly out over 30 m before stabilizing his body. This fist, the opponent's fist, was covered in white bones. It was obvious that his right arm no longer had any fighting strength. "Go!" When the light aura lit up, Tang Tian immediately felt an intense sense of danger, the sense of danger that was everywhere, even causing him to feel a suffocating hallucination. After stepping into the saint level, the Ursa Major Star's umbrella, in the saint's eyes, was a whole different world. Although the Ursa Major Star's umbrella did not contain any spirit techniques, but it contained the core source of the inheritance. The core source of Ursa Major Constellation's inheritance was the stars. Not good. Little fool made up his mind. An even more turbulent energy surged frantically towards Tang Tian's fist. After swallowing so many star rocks, the amount of energy in Little Fool's body was astonishing. Boom! Among the Honorable Martial Alliance's bronze-ranked light series of soul skills, the three most famous were Glimmer, Dawn, and Starlight. Glimmer was worthy of being the #1 spirit technique of the light bronze, and equally famous was its cultivation difficulty. Yi Zhaogu, who was caught off guard, involuntarily took 5 steps back. Only now did he notice the wild, beast-like madness in Tang Tian's eyes. This guy, the starry specks of dust continued to expand, and the surrounding saints' faces changed as they all retreated backwards. Sure enough, his opponent's left fist arrived on time. It was another explosion, without any technique. The energy in his body already had a trace of heavy attribute, which was why he said that. Tang Tian's tone was filled with unquestionable authority. Little Fool wanted to tell him not to waste his energy, but his mouth opened, but he did not say anything. The surging energy was like a tide, converging towards Tang Tian's fist. Another explosion. Tang Tian's left fist was also lacerated. Boom. Tang Tian did not feel anything. His crazy and passionate gaze stared at the glimmer of light not far away. Compared to him, Tang Tian's momentum was far too lacking. It was dim and without light. Impossible. He could even hear the crackling sound of his fist being crushed. This is the limit of your control. Little Fool said coldly, if you increase the energy the power produced will cause harm to your body. Just as Little Fool was frustrated, Tang Tian's voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. In that voice, there was no fear, but instead some eagerness. Create. Create. Tang Tian was dazzled, this kind of unprecedented spirit technique. Open his eyes. His heart was indescribably surprised. That rich light that was like flowing water, even the energy in the air, could actually ignite. Any random person would be so strong. If he was controlling his body, he believed that he had enough power to deal with Yi Zhaoge, but his body was controlled by the Fool. Suicide attack. Yi Zhaoge frowned. This kind of attack was completely meaningless. Enemies on a narrow road was not just a saying. Maybe the sword in his hand that was wrapped in light suddenly raised, as if he had already expected it. He directly thrusted towards Tang Tian, who was rushing in front of him. Countless glimmers were stirred. Like needles, they entered his sword body. The sword light exploded. A wave of energy fluctuation was produced on his left side. Yi Zhaoge did not think. He waved his sword, but missed. Tang Tian did not move. Once he entered the densely packed glimmer, he would become a moth flying into the fire. Another world had been created within the hazy and dreamy shimmering halo. Tang Tian felt his fist was being tightened bit by bit. Little Fool. Little Fool had awoken too late. He had not comprehended his own spirit technique, but it was not that he did not gain anything. That was the weight of the stars. Let's see what other tricks you have. Wait a minute. Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Teleportation. It exploded on his fist. Hey, it's been 20 moves. I'll kindly accept the item. Thank you. ZZZ. The ice plains beneath Yi Zhaoge's feet started to melt, evaporate. The dense fog danced in all directions. The figure that was enveloped by the light was faintly discernible. Onyx Soul and Honorable Martial Alliance had a long history of grievances. What did Glimmer represent? Within Onyx Soul, every saint that could train Glimmer was a highly vigilant target of Onyx Soul. In the history of Honorable Martial Alliance, every saint that could train Glimmer was a true, strong martial artist. The difficulty of training Glimmer far surpassed the other two light spirit techniques. Even within the Honorable Martial Alliance, there were very few saints that immediately trained in Glimmer. Tang Tian's face was filled with unwillingness. He racked his brains, thinking of all the methods he could think of. The fog dissipated, and in the blurred glimmer, Yi Zhaoge, who was radiating boundless light, looked like a god of war. Idiot, do you know what glimmer is? Almost everyone's gaze was attracted to Yi Zhaoge. The famous glimmer. It was their only chance to personally witness it, and no one was willing to shift their gaze away. Little Fool also did not expect Yi Zhaoge to be so ferocious. His face could not help but change. Little Fool, who was in his body, his exquisite face was filled with shock. He was shocked by the Fool's craziness. Yi Zhaoge actually trained Glimmer. Even the middle-aged man's expression was moved. only to see the multicolored light balls the size of sand grains, as though they were multicolored planets, revolving around Tang Tian's fists. Tang Tian did not know how powerful Glimmer was, but how could he not know? Yi Zhao Ji's degree of strength far exceeded his expectations. Even the momentum before activating was shockingly strong. Tang Tian's figure once again teleported. Yi Zhao Gu, who had lost the Glimmer Circle, was obviously slower by a beat. Little Fool instinctively did not believe it. Even he had not thought of how to deal with Yi Zhao Gu. How could this fool think of it? The stronger the spirit technique, the higher the requirement for the saint. If it was forcefully trained, the consequences would be devastating. Meridians could still be healed, but if the spirit domain was injured, then it was equivalent to being crippled. Saints were extremely difficult to level up. Every step was like walking on thin ice. They had to be extremely careful. If they were not careful, they would fall into a bottomless abyss. There was still one more move. The vast stars inside the Ursa Major star's umbrella revolved unceasingly. It was the best object to comprehend. Saints needed to comprehend their own spirit technique from inside. Little Fool. Onyx's soul actually did not obtain any relevant information. How could the two of them not be shocked? This meant another strong person had appeared in the Honorable Martial Alliance. Creation, yes, creation itself was an extremely powerful force. Sigh. The explosive energy caused Tang Tian to feel uncomfortable. Even though he was a zero-energy body, his fist's flesh was lacerated, fresh blood flowed out, but he did not feel it, and another fist came out. The Glimmer Circle expanded to a distance of 15 m, and then quietened down. The energy circulating around his fist transmitted an astonishing power. Tang Tian felt as though he was stuffed under countless of heavy objects, and was being ruthlessly crushed. Not enough more. Gather the energy in my hands, the more the better. Daring to train in Glimmer was seen as a symbol of ambition by many honorable martial saints. In the air around Yi Zhao Gu, countless of bright light spots floated. All of these light spots were as fine as dust, floating and sinking like a group of glowing plankton floating in the air. Tang Tian roared. He pounced forward. The energy in his right fist suddenly surged violently and was actually much stronger than before. Idiot, although I do not know how to create, but I can destroy. A crazed look flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. How could he not feel the opponent's strength? But Yi Zhao Gu, the last time he was beaten up so badly, how could he be beaten up again? Tang Tian continued. Tang Tian suddenly understood creation was the strongest point of the spirit domain. But his own spirit domain was a form spirit. If he wanted to create it, it would be Little Fool who did it. So could it be that he did not have any ideas? Glimmer. It's Glimmer. A bit more. Yi Zhao Gu retreated again. Slowly, a crazy idea formed in his mind. No problem. Continue. I have already thought of how to deal with him. Tang Tian's tone was confident and excited. What I am destroying is the space created by your spirit domain. Yi Zhao Ji's reaction was extremely fast. At the same time he was pushed back, he used the momentum to swing his sword. The surrounding glimmer was once again attracted. Entering the sword body, the sword aura once again increased explosively. In the past, Little Fool did not know anything about spirit domains, but the current Little Fool could already see the profoundness of Ursa Major star's umbrella. Until now, he then understood why Ursa Major constellation was able to become a tyrant in the ancient times that no one dared to look down on. During the martial artist era, Ursa Major star's umbrella was like a door to help martial artists step into the saint level. Tang Tian suddenly appeared inside the Glimmer Circle, causing everyone to exclaim. Compared to Glimmer, although teleportation was not cheap, but it was not considered much. It was just that everyone had always felt that this unfamiliar fellow definitely did not have any strength to resist. Once teleportation appeared, Everyone knew that they had underestimated this unremarkable fellow. A look of admiration flashed past Elder Yu's eyes. Yi Zhaoji's talent was truly astonishing. In such a short time, he had already started to comprehend glimmer. That was the energy in the air being ignited. This was also the source of his confidence. Yi Zhaoji's attainments in glimmer was just at the entry level, but it was already sufficient because it was glimmer. But to barge into the glimmer circle wasn't that seeking death. That meant he still had one punch left. Why was he so unlucky recently? This matter was simply too shameful. Tang Tian laughed, without dodging. He punched towards the sword light. The energy revolving around his fist suddenly combusted. But Yi Zhaogu had obviously underestimated the energy on Tang Tian's fist. A tyrannical and blazing world. Chapter 498. The matter of creation was left to Little Fool. I'm satisfied. Tang Tian raised his arms and shouted. Borrowing the change in the opponent's state of mind, he used teleportation to exert pressure. And the last attack was a small technique. He used the energy undulation to lure Yi Zhaogu, but in truth he used his legs to end the battle. This also shows that his form spirit is an expert in energy control. Tang Tian returned to the camp, went into the training room, and said, "Don't disturb me." The numerical value of the size of the spirit domain. Little Fool's childish voice sounded extremely cute. You can understand the spirit domain as a special space. The spirit value is the size of the space. The bigger the space, the more spirit techniques that can be trained. My spirit value is not high, only 10. The Saint Bone came at the right time. This person's strength is still lacking compared to Yi Zhaogu. Yi Zhaogu was too careless. If he had used glimmer from the start, the result of the battle would be different. The mysterious man is very smart. He knows that comparing creativity, he is far from Yi Zhaoji's opponent, so he used another method, which is destruction. The difficulty of destruction is lower than creation, although in terms of realm, the difference is huge. But in this stage of battle, the difference is not that big. He succeeded, using a large amount of energy to directly detonate, thus destroying the opponent's glimmer circle created by the spirit domain. The smile on Tong Ji's face disappeared, revealing a serious expression. He thought for a while. His expression became complicated. Not necessarily the opponent is crazy and is good at using his own advantages. This kind of person is the hardest to deal with, and it is hard to guess what trump cards the opponent still has. The opponent's form spirit was not used at all. Now, I have some suspicions whether he is holding back his strength, although he mutilated his own hands, but I suspect that to him it is very possible that it is a choice. That's right. Little Fool sat beside Tang Tian. He picked up the Saint Bone and started munching on it like he was eating biscuits. But he ate very slowly. His expression was very serious. But this kind of self-healing ability also needed to be replenished, and that was to eat a large amount of food. He and Little Fool were connected. When the Honorable Martial Alliance old man took out the Saint Bone, he felt Little Fool's emotions fluctuating. The middle-aged man did not comment. If you were to face him, do you have confidence? Today's battle had finally solved an extremely important problem for him, and that was which direction he should head in. I am Cancer. However, the heated discussion caused by this battle was far from over. Tang Tian took a big detour before returning to the camp. Tonga nodded cautiously. I will be careful. Not only was his body unable to use energy to heal itself, but it was also extremely resistant to energy. Thus, he had to consume large amounts of food to replenish his body. Fortunately, Tang Tian was already prepared. Ding Man and the rest's research on zero-energy books was rather comprehensive. That's right, destruction. Back in the day, Yi Zhaoji's immortal body was something that Tang Tian was jealous of. Tonga smiled. Very professional, very clear explanation. Yi Zhao Gu had comprehended Glimmer. His spirit value was at least 25. He had just stepped into the saint level, and his spirit value was already so strong, it was already rather powerful. That means the other party is stronger. Suddenly, the silver rabbit ear-shaped necklace on Tang Tian's neck trembled slightly. It was Jingle. Little Fool floated in front of Tang Tian. Looking at the fool, he was somewhat silent. This battle was still lingering in his mind. To be honest, in terms of technique, this battle didn't seem too complicated to him. It was just that the courage and determination that the fool displayed in the battle had greatly impacted him. In terms of strength, the fool did not even have the slightest chance to struggle. But this fellow actually won. Your train of thought is not bad. The path of destruction is very suitable for you. The childish voice contained a lot of complicated emotions. Although Boss was powerful, but those saints were also very powerful. And that honorable martial alliance. Onyx Soul, these big shots, Boss must have gone to watch the show. Tang Tian ate crazily, and at the same time asked in a muffled voice, "What's the use of Saint Bones?" Tang Tian's hands were lacerated, revealing his white bones, which were dripping with unspeakable blood. Tang Tian opened his mouth, gasping in pain, but his face was shining with excitement. Aha, it's decided. The more Tang Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, but the pain from his hands made him shift his attention to the front. The injuries looked terrifying, but in truth, it was not as serious as he imagined. He was a zero-energy body, and the injuries caused by energy were not big. Furthermore, his recovery ability was very strong. This news spread like wildfire in ancient Cold City. The commotion far exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. The appearance of Glimmer was already shocking. Yi Zhaoji's talent and strength was much stronger than what the rumors said. Compared to the mature bronze saints, Yi Zhaoji's spirit value was still very low, his comprehension of spirit techniques was still shallow, his attack methods were also very simple and had many weaknesses. Only Ding Qin noticed Tang Tian's return. Now, as long as there was any movement, Ding Chun would notice if Tang Tian was there. So when he noticed Tang Tian's appearance in the camp, Ding Qin could not help but swallow his saliva. A brazen thought surfaced in his mind. Could the commotion just now be caused by Boss? Little Fool remained silent. If it was him, would he be able to win? Little Fool felt that the possibility was very low. Just like at that time, he was already thinking of escaping from the battle. Little Fool frowned. It's better than Blink, but my spirit value is not enough. Letting the opponent control the rhythm of the battle, that is Yi Zhaoji's carelessness. Although there is a difference in their fighting strength, but Yi Zhaoge did not lose unjustly. The opponent's usage of tactics far exceeds his. Most importantly, the opponent's fighting intent was even more determined. To destroy Yi Zhaoji's Glimmer Circle, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his arms. This kind of courage is not something an ordinary person can possess. Furthermore, the opponent has an extremely tyrannical body. For such an intense explosion, the price he paid was only his arms being injured. It is obvious. Tonggu did not refute and asked, "Will he really come?" Tang Tian completely did not think that the sudden battle would cause such an uproar in ancient Cold City. It was another level of battle, and there were still traces of ripples left in the air. Even these ripples, to martial artists who were not saints, made them feel uncomfortable. The appearance of Tang Tian and Yi Zhaoge during the battle swaggered onto the streets. His appearance caused a slight commotion. Tang Tian, who had just defeated Yi Zhaoge, was currently at the peak of his fame. "What do you think?" The middle-aged man asked Tonggu. "You will know in a while." The middle-aged man said, "Increased spirit value." Little Fool's emotions had already calmed down. "It can greatly increase my spirit value." He never thought that the fool would use such a method to end the battle. It's not that I don't have confidence. The middle-aged man shook his head. Although I do not know the opponent's background, but to be so brave and not care about his life, he should not be a disciple of any famous sect. Although spirit law is hard to obtain, but we can always find a way to obtain it. Little fool, I will leave the defense to you. This fellow's desire to win, has it reached such a stage? The martial artists in the camp were all trembling in fear, a battle between saints. The energy ripples were terrifying, and martial artists below the saint level could not imagine it. The higher the spirit value, the better. Tang Tian was still engrossed in eating and asked without raising his head. He did not need to worry about getting injured and could gain more initiative in the battle. To a maniac like him, it was the best. His attacks could be even more daring. A saint who could defeat Yi Zhaoge was definitely not a nameless person, but the unfamiliar face and the form spirit that he had never seen before did not even leave a name and just flew away. Tang Tian immediately felt that he could not move an inch. The middle-aged man nodded his head. For you to be able to see all this, I am very happy. He is here for sextons. I have a feeling that he is not simple. The other powerhouses might be afraid of the Honorable Martial Alliance, but for the 12 ecliptic palaces, they did not have so many concerns, and all extended their olive branches to Tang Tian. To be able to defeat Yi Zhaoge, who trained in glimmer, such a talent, wouldn't they be blind if they did not recruit him? The middle-aged man continued. I have checked. Sexton's Eyes treasure deposit should not be the top-grade treasure deposit. The spirit law inside is only suitable for bronze saints. If you did not obtain it, don't be discouraged. This thought flashed past his mind. He laughed at his own nervousness. Could it be that the current storm was caused by Boss? Saint's understanding of battles was much higher than ordinary people, and very quickly there were professional explanations on the market. What is spirit value? Tang Tian wolfed down his food and continued to ask. Tang Tian liked the zero-energy body, although he could not use his martial techniques, but he did not need to worry about getting injured. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it would not be a big problem. Brother, may I know where you are from? I am from Libra constellation. As long as it is useful to you, Tang Tian said. What about the spirit technique card? Yi Zhaoge, glimmer, 20 moves defeated. The taste is not bad. Little fool licked his lips, a strange light aura flashing past his eyes. As expected of a Saint Bone, the spirit value has increased to 15. And there is still an imprint, which requires some time to be undone. The imprints inside the Saint Bone are all good stuff. A few people were secretly following him, but were all shaken off by him using the Sea of Clouds. But even so, Yi Zhaoge's fighting strength was still astonishing, and was not something a normal saint could compare to. One big and one small figure sat side by side, using the same posture. Even their expressions when eating were strangely the same. A godlike young man should view offense as life. SSSSS. The spirit domain was little fool, and was not under his control, since he could not create, then he would destroy. Other people would think that the realm of destruction was not high, but Tang Tian felt that it was nothing. He had to take it step by step. He was not an absolute genius. He would not even think about reaching the heavens in one step. To be able to be of use in battle, he was already very happy. Master has already lost confidence in your disciple? Tonga laughed. After a moment, Tang Tian laughed. Who knows, maybe we can sell it for a good price. As for himself, he specialized in being a destroyer. If he could destroy other people's spirit domain, then that would be powerful. Chapter 499. I don't know, but it sounds very powerful. Tang Tian shook his head honestly. Hearing Tang Tian's excited shouts, the waiter rolled his eyes again. He had already started to think how much of a failure he was to actually stay in such a rotten person's body. The waiter was dumbstruck. It can be like this. He then turned to Tang Tian and laughed. Little brother, don't be too nervous. I am, after all, an honorable martial clan elder. I have some face. I will not go back on my words. How about it, little brother? Little brother. Rong Bo sensed Tang Tian's passionate gaze. He did not believe that anyone could reject such an offer. But the current generation's martial arts system had developed to where it was today. There were many ways to refine spirit treasures, and the system was extremely huge. Rong Bo stared at Tang Tian for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Deal? Little brother really understands people's hearts. Respect. Respect. But treating me like this, isn't it a little unfair? Tang Tian said as a matter of fact, because you have a lot of money. Refining spirit treasures was also an extremely profound method. Every person's spirit domain was different, which also meant that every person's cauldron was different, and how to refine star treasures into spirit treasures was naturally different. Rong Bo's smile froze on his face. Then Elder Rong is here to drink tea? Elder Mu retorted sarcastically. The bright red umbrella handle was like coral, mottled with blood-red spots. Like an angry lion, the blazing tyrannical Qi pounced forward. The entire restaurant's gaze was immediately attracted by the wait a minute. All of them turned to look behind Tang Tian. The restaurant quietened down. So that's it. I just met someone who does not know. No problem. As long as he knows the value of the saint spirit, he will definitely not reject it. Rong Bo's eyebrows relaxed. He laughed. This saint spirit is a spirit domain left behind by a saint. Its biggest use is to increase your spirit value. His saint bone can only increase your spirit value by 10 points. But the saint spirit, it can at least increase your spirit value by 50 points. You understand now? Only exchange, not sell. Tang Tian was very straightforward. Whatever star coins, we don't need to discuss. But now there was such a chance to obtain this precious spirit technique card. You don't even want 10 for 1? Rong Bo's face darkened. Elder Mu looked at Rong Bo in disbelief and said coldly, Are you crazy? How can Dawn be worth a saint's soul? The gazes of the people in the restaurant were firmly attracted by the two treasures. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shift their gazes away. Suddenly, heavy breathing could be heard by several people. I like it very much, but you still have to add something. Tang Tian said with an unquestionable tone, I want the spirit treasure too. You're even willing to offer 10. That means it means more to you than 10. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't want to add 1 anymore. I want 3. In your opinion, it's not worth it, but in my opinion, it's worth it. Rong Bo laughed and spread his hands. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just that I have a lot of money. Tang Tian was already admiring the spirit treasure in his hands. It was an exquisite little dagger axe, smaller than a palm, jet black and unadorned, shaped like a crow's beak. It did not have many decorations. It was completely natural. There were 2 small vermilion seal characters on the surface of the dagger, which read, Later hair. Quickly agree to his request. That's a good thing. The waiter shouted impatiently. Clan Elder Mu laughed out loud. His wanton laughter was like a knife cutting into Rong Bo's heart. His gaze swept across the crowd and quickly found his target. He walked towards the table where the 2 of them were seated. More than 10 times. Rong Bo said proudly. Regret? Hee hee. Rong Bo laughed. Clan Elder Mu is looking down on me. If I lose, what's the big deal? When I was young, I lost so much that I almost pawned my pants. Ha! I am here to stop my sex spirit technique cards from falling into the enemy's hands. Rong Bo laughed at Tang Tian. Since even the Onyx Soul Clan Elder can bid, then as the Honorable Martial Clan Elder, I should be able to bid too. A terrifying opponent. You've already bid 10 times. If you bid one more, what's wrong with that? Tang Tian said confidently, as though the other party owed him something. He was already prepared to run away the moment something went wrong. Just as Tang Tian was about to speak, a voice came out from behind him. Wait! The arrogant face of the waiter who was rolling his eyes immediately disappeared, and he screamed out crazily, "Agree to his request." The waiter's childish voice sounded out in Tang Tian's heart, filled with determination and excitement. Tang Tian spent a lot of effort to push the passionate people away. He was extremely pleased, as expected of a godlike young lad. Wherever he went, he would be so eye-catching. Elder Rong Bo laughed. Clan Eldermu has spent a lot of money, so I cannot be too shabby. With just a few words, it was unknown how many people's hearts were stirred. Agree to his request. In the previous battle, the opponent had displayed an extremely strong control, and he felt that the opponent was not a good person. When Tang Tian, who was in the limelight, appeared in the restaurant, there was a short period of silence in the restaurant. Oh my! I only have one thing, a saint spirit. Elder Rong Bo slowly threw out a sentence. It was as if a bucket of ice water was poured over the heads of the greedy people. All their greed immediately disappeared. The two of them were actually the Onyx Soul Clan elders. Thinking about how they actually dared to place their ideas on the Onyx Soul Clan elders, their hearts trembled. The waiter heard Tang Tian's stomach full of grumbles and could not help but roll his eyes. How could someone as noble as him mix with such a rotten person? So it's like that. Tang Tian was suddenly enlightened and confirmed, but you still want to add? As expected of a nouveau riche, he casually took out two things, and they were treasures. Little brother, do you think my honorable martial alliance is easy to bully? Rongbo said coldly, but Rongbo and Yi Zhaoji's appearance made Tang Tian's heart immediately become alert, his face full of caution. Were these two fellows trying to snatch the things back? Yes. Tonggu happily replied. Tang Tian pointed to the umbrella handle and asked Rongbo, how much more is the value of the Saint Spirit compared to the umbrella handle? This umbrella handle is also not an ordinary item. In the ancient times before Leo constellation declined, a saint originally wanted to use the lion spear as the handle, the Libra bronze whip as the dragon bone, and the Scorpio bronze silk as the umbrella surface to create a spirit treasure. Who knew this saint would meet with misfortune and only left behind this umbrella handle that was refined from the Leo constellation's bronze spear? Although the bronze treasure is in its embryonic form, but after 20 years of refinement and nourishment by the spirit domain, the quality is extraordinary and cannot be sought after. Tang Tian laughed. Of course you can. The saint bone was as exquisite as porcelain, snow white like jade, and on top of it, silver patterns could be faintly seen. The waiter was completely dumbstruck. He watched blankly as Rongbo took out another spirit treasure, and then left with Yi Zhaoge. Yi Zhaoge only looked at Tang Tian calmly. He did not have any anger. The other party's actions did not surprise him. Tang Tian laughed. Little fool, be good. Watch me. Rongbo frowned unnoticeably. Do you know the use of saint spirits? Elder Mu's voice was filled with joy. To be able to see his archenemy eat a loss, there was nothing more joyous than that. It was actually Rongbo, bringing Yi Zhaoge. Rongbo's face darkened. Little brother, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It's better to know when to stop. Star treasures were born from constellations, and naturally carried some fragments of laws. The star power gave birth to spirits, and below the saint level, the spirit treasures could only be used and could not be changed. Only after stepping into the saint level, with the spirit domain, would they be able to change their martial spirit cauldrons. In the quiet restaurant, Tang Tian's voice could be heard by the entire place. Everyone was shocked at first, but they soon revealed expressions of excitement. Only then did they remember that among the spoils of war of this person, there was Dawn. Tang Tian was not shocked by Rongbo, but by Little Fool. "Hey, Little Fool, what's wrong with you?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He looked at Rongbo with a passionate gaze. "I like customers like you." Rongbo's back view. Why did it make me feel like he was fleeing? Little Fool secretly shook his head. Impossible. The honorable martial clan elders are deep and unfathomable. Every one of them is an intelligent person. How could he flee? Elder Mu, who was at the side, said, "He did not cheat you. This Koma dagger axe is not bad. It is a complete spirit treasure. Koma constellation star treasures. The strongest is hair like silk. There are many whip types, and the quality is not bad. This bronze whip is the main body. If you break it into silk and penetrate it into Corvus Constellation's Crow dagger axe, it is a very complete spirit treasure. Coincidentally, you can use it now, my remnant, although the quality is better, but it is not something you can use in the short term." Tang Tian opened up his palm in 5 fingers. "Add 5. How could anyone not be moved? The only thing that made people afraid was the Honorable Martial Alliance. Causing the Honorable Martial Alliance to be unhappy was not something anyone could bear. But in the crowd, there were naturally people who were not afraid of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Pay a high price. Pay a high price." Tong Gu smiled and took out 2 things. "This saint bone is not something that old Yu's broken saint bone can compare to. This is the silver sword saint Zhao Ji Fei of the Aquarius constellation, the second segment of his right middle finger. When Zhao Ji Fei was alive, he was known as the Sword Inquisitor. Inside the saint finger bone is his imprint. Other than that, it can also increase your form spirit by at least 10 points of spirit value. Onyx Soul Elder buying our Dawn. That is not too appropriate." Rongbo laughed like an amiable elder. "Are you guys buying Dawn? Welcome." Tong Ji's body slightly leaned forward and bowed. And personally witnessing the negotiation, he was even more certain that the other party's schemes were deep and profound. The elder taking out the saint spirit not only did not make the other party lose his composure, but instead the other party saw through his determination and pushed forward step by step. It was the first time Yi Zhao Gu saw the elder being at a loss. The person's grasp of the human heart had already reached an unimaginable level. To Tang Tian, he was unfamiliar with all these. But, although he did not really understand, but it sounded very powerful and valiant. The star treasure was the embryo. The spirit domain was the furnace. It was the spirit treasure. Everyone knows of Onyx Soul's interest in the Honorable Martial Alliance. Use Dawn to research. Maybe we can learn some light spirit techniques. The middle-aged man did not hide anything, raised his head, and sneered. Could it be that great Elder Rong is regretting? Dawn was also a masterpiece of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Among the bronze level spirit technique cards, other than Glimmer, there was no other card that could surpass it. It was the peak existence of the bronze level spirit technique cards. Who would not want such a spirit technique card? For a spirit technique card, like Dawn, it was impossible for it to appear in the market. Even in the Honorable Martial Alliance, it was not something that anyone could get even if they wanted to. Tang Tian was surprised. So the 2 of them were from Onyx Soul. But he did not feel anything. Other people were fearful of Onyx Soul, but he did not feel anything, only sighing in his heart. "Let's fight. Let's fight."